对。 Test 1 2 1 2。各位贵宾您好 ，C厅的活动即将开始，请各位贵宾尽速入座，谢谢。
各位贵宾，大家好，我们 C 厅场次的活动即将开始，请各位贵宾尽速入座哦。
Ladies and gentlemen， 各位女士先生，大家早安！谢谢，欢迎参加这接下来的分场的 panel， 这是关于净零排放国际城市与企业净零经验及策略。这里如果需要翻译 ，if we need simultaneous interpretation， we have 这个equipment there。如果大家需要这个翻译，接下来旁边有这个翻译机。这一场我们接下来因为时间很有限，刚主场非常的精彩，那各国的代表做了非常多的这个精彩的建言跟倡议。那我们这场进入这个净零排放里面城市的部分，城市一直是在全球净零非常重要的角色。我们在看到2019年英国开始了全球净零的倡议之后，现在也将近1000个城市纳入这样的倡议。那今天其实也非常荣幸，我们邀请了英国、还有澳洲、德国、法国相关的城市跟企业代表进行分享。然后接下来我们有一个这个相关的座谈。那因为时间的关系因为不想耽误大家的午餐，我邀请各位接下来的 speaker 可能可以在精简重要的可能在缩减到15到15分钟左右本来大概是25 minutes， 如果可能在15 to 20 minutes。好， 请各位 speaker， 我想我们这样，那我们也可以 allow some more time 在这个 discussion 啊，那是我想这可能在大家有一些更多的开放现场的讨论。好，那我接下来邀请第一位英国在台办事处气候变迁暨能源组组长陈米兰博士来分享英国2050净零发展跟碳定价策略。我们热烈的掌声欢迎。
Right, good morning, everyone, and it's such an honor to be here today. And Milan Chen, Senior Climate Change Energy Officer at British of Taipei. And as Professor Lin already mentioned, I will just try to keep this presentation as precise and as short as possible. So today I'm only going to address the net zero part and leave the carbon pricing for the next round if there's possibility. So first of all, I mean, when we talk about net zero, you probably will wonder, or like most people will wonder here in this room, I mean, what is net zero? So, I mean, we are at a crossroad in our history as we just not fully, but partially recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. And we know that there's no way for us to go back. And the science is quite clear on that the human activities is having a substantial impact on not only in our society, but also our nature environment. And as the latest report published by the IPCC, it also said that the challenge for climate change is not tomorrow, it's actually today. So, and we also witnessed like this skyrocketing degrees in Europe, like 40 degrees in the UK, and most people are just not ready for that. So it also sends a strong signal that actions must be taken like right now. And I'm proud to share that, I'm very proud to share that UK is taking a lead on climate actions. It has the first climate legislation with legally binding targets in 2008 with cross-party support. And in 2007, we also published the Green Clean Growth Strategy, which set out how we're going to decarbonize our economy by 2032. And as you already know, in 2019, we committed to reducing emissions to net zero by 2055. And my slide just gone. Right, can somebody help me with this? Right, I will just continue. But however, we know that the UK is not doing enough. Our emissions, although there's a decrease in our emissions, but for our transport and homes and public sector emissions, it still remains static. And that's why we need a net zero strategy. So the net zero strategy set out, thank you. The net zero strategy set out how the UK will deliver on its commitment to reach net zero emissions by 2050. It is also about reducing Britain's reliance on imported fossil fuel to protect consumers from global price spikes by boosting clean energy, like the Russian energy crisis we're witnessing today. So a landmark net zero strategy setting out how the UK will secure 440,000 jobs, well-paid jobs, and unlock £90 billion in investing in 2030. So with this strategy, we also need to have principles to making sure this strategy are implemented appropriately. So although every study shows the cost of inactions for climate change is really high, but it's also really important to make sure there's no one left behind. Since to e-cars, we will also ensure the biggest polluters pays the most of the transition through fair carbon pricing. We will also ensure that most vulnerable groups and communities are protected through government support in the form of energy bill discounts, energy efficiency upgrade, and so on and so forth. We will also work with business to continue delivering deep cost reductions in low carbon technology and to make sure it's fair and affordable. So in this graph, you see that this is the trajectory for the UK government, like by sectors that emissions are going to reduce. A major focus is going to be domestic transport and aviation, heat and building. This is a part that UK governments are currently working on. So when we talk about net zero, what kind of society we're imagining? This is a society we're imagining. So as you can see in the pictures, we have e-cars, we have many bicycle paths, we have turbines, and also the one for tidal wave. And we also have a smart system for our house. So it's like a lifestyle changing. It's not just about installing a few more wind turbine or a few more smart meters. It's about the whole thing. It comes with a full package. So UK's net zero strategy also actually has two parts. The first part is about reducing emissions across the economy. It's a part that you probably already know, like how many gigawatt we're going to have, percentage, and so on and so forth. And then the second part is supporting the transition across the economy, which I like a bit better, which I will elaborate later as well. So for the wind energy, UK government has vowed to have 40 gigawatt of offshore wind by 2030 and 1 gigawatt of floating wind. And the government will have invest scheme with 3,600 jobs and with like 160 million pound investment into modern ports and infrastructure. And at the moment, the UK has the most offshore wind installations. And in 2021, we know that wind energy generates an impressive 21.4% of the total UK electricity. And that's quite impressive. And for the low-carbon hydrogen, we know that low-carbon hydrogen will play a critical role for meeting the UK's net zero target. And hydrogen can support the decarbonization of the UK economy, particularly in hard-to-electrified industrial sectors, such as steel, cement, and petrochemicals. And we also believe that the low-carbon hydrogen can provide greener, flexible green energy across power, heat, and transport. And so we also have planned 5 gigawatt of low-carbon hydrogen production capacity by 2030. And we also set up a Tees Valley Hydrogen Transport Hub, which is build an early collaboration and learning for the local community to live with the hydrogen transport system. More importantly, since we're here in Kaohsiung today, the UK are also very keen to work with Taiwan and Kaohsiung City in particular to develop application for hydrogen power. One potential area is truck driving between industrial parks and ports, and in the long run, Taiwan's maritime and port industry to replace diesel with hydrogen. And we are looking forward to that collaborations. And the third highlight of the net zero strategy is the zero emission vehicles. So you already probably know UK has been developing innovative zero emission vehicle infrastructure for over a decade. And it's accelerating the transitions to eliminate carbon emissions from road transport, more importantly, improve air quality and boost green jobs. So the UK has vowed to end the sale of new pure petrol diesel vehicles by 2030 and consult on phasing out diesel heavy good vehicles. I believe Taiwan also has similar targets by 2040. And the UK is going to invest a bunch of money to support electrification of UK's vehicles and their supply chain, also to accelerate the rollout of charging infrastructure. But we know when we talk about transport decarbonization, it's not just about changing all the cars, all the vehicles into electric ones. It's also about create a green public transport for all kind of people, all kind of community, especially on the cycling and walking. So the UK is also keen to deliver more than 300 walking and cycling schemes and invest 120 million pounds to begin introducing at least 4,000 zero-emission buses, and also another chunk of money to support buses, cycling, and walking, especially in the urban area. So here comes the part I like the most. Since I'm a social science geek, so I'm going to talk about a little bit on the second part of UK net zero strategy, which focus on the whole society and its transition to net zero. So this part covers like innovations, green investment, skills, and how to support the whole society transition toward net zero target. And as you can see, we know that by simply talking about net zero strategy or net zero target, it will not happen without appropriate skilled workforce. So it's really crucial for the UK to develop that kind of skilled workforce. And we can expect this net zero is going to be a dominant trend for the next 30 years. And 1 in 5 people expected to be impacted by this trend. Either they are asked to have a net zero strategy skills or related knowledge. So in order to have that skill set or a pool of skilled talent, we are going to put UK supply chain at the forefront of global market and also securing technology critical mineral and metals. More importantly, reforming the skills system and create suitable labor market for net zero. And lastly, but not the least, introducing a sustainability and climate strategy for education for all kind of community. And I just learned I have 5 minutes left. So when we talk about net zero strategy, we also have to hold the government accountable. So the UK is also striving to make sure the government, whenever they make decisions, they will have this net zero consideration in their policy makings. And we want to make every decision accountable, every spending accountable. And we will also have annual progress update on like how we are doing in terms of net zero, how we are doing in terms of emission reductions. And the last part I want to cover is that local climate actions. Because we know that despite the excellent work already going on net zero, we understand there remain barriers, especially in terms of the cities and urban and the less modern, less developed areas. And we also know there's a difference between the industry structures in cities, like the situation in Taipei or the situation in Kaohsiung. And we want to address that to make sure each city has equal opportunity to reach the net zero target. Therefore, we want to support decarbonization and regeneration in local area and community. And we will support local government and community empowerment, engagement, and actions, and providing support for public and private investment opportunity at the local level to make sure none of the city will suffer more because they simply have a heavy industry compound or structure to reach their net zero target. So I'm going to skip this part and jump to my last slide. So it has been 3 years since the UK government announced its net zero strategy. And each year, the UK government also issue a review, like how they are doing in terms of this net zero strategy. So one of the key findings of reviewing what has been done in the past 3 years is that the cost of global inaction significantly outweigh the cost of actions. It means that when we talk about climate action's impact, we only talk about the nature disasters and the loss and damage, but we still talk about the impact on our supply chain, our food system. Those are difficult to calculate, but the impact are great. And the second one is different household characteristics drive a household exposure to the net zero transitions. So when a household has a car or when they are having air conditioning or different heating system, it will also impact them differently, and we would like to address that fairly. And the third one is that we would like to make sure a range of factors, when we talk about technology transitions, they are a range of factors that affect the degree to which a household could be exposed. In that way, we will also like to make sure this transition to net zero as just and as fair. Lastly, we would also like to emphasize that we need policy to support the transition and the policy that will help and make the most of opportunity and keep costs down. And lastly, the last part, that we learned from these three has implication for future and current taxpayer. The simple carbon pricing scheme simply is not just enough, and we need to rethink the whole taxation system to support our net zero transitions. So that's the end of my presentations. Due to time constraint, I cannot really elaborate more, but thank you so much for being here today. Thank you.
好，非常谢谢陈美兰博士哦，英国在台办事处气候变迁组组长哦，这非常精彩，针对英国在这个2050年的净零减碳以及碳定价策略提出了非常重要以及经典的观察跟分享。那接下来我们邀请澳洲昆士兰驻台代表刘培西 Patrick Haveston 针对绿色氢能未来来针对这个部分进行分享，我们热烈掌声欢迎。
要直接按吗？才可以下一张。Okay. How do I go to the next slide? Anyway, good morning, everybody. My name is Patrick Harfenstein, and I'm the Queensland Government Trade and Investment Commissioner based here in Taiwan. I'm very thankful for being invited here today by the Kaohsiung City Government, and it's been a very great initiative for the Kaohsiung City Government to put on. I'm also very proud to be here as the capital of Queensland. Brisbane is actually the sister city of Kaohsiung. And today I'm going to be talking about hydrogen. As you heard just now from Dr. Chan and also from a number of speakers this morning, hydrogen is a very important part of reaching our net zero targets. So Queensland is looking to be a leader in the green hydrogen space. We've had a long-standing relationship with Taiwan for many years, and that relationship started from the traditional fossil fuels like thermal coal, has moved more recently into LNG, natural gas, and we hope that the next step of our relationship will be in hydrogen. So last year we released our climate action plan. We also we hope to have 50% renewables by 2030, and we're currently at 20%. And then we want to also obviously have our net zero emissions by 2050. Under this climate action plan, we have a number of strategies that we're developing. So there's a big long list of strategies there. I won't go through all of them, but one that we've already released is the zero emissions vehicle strategy. And we hope that by 2030, 50% of new sales of cars will be electric vehicles, and that the Queensland government fleet of cars will be 100% EV by 2026. One of our biggest announcements this year was our $2 billion Renewable Energy and Hydrogen Jobs Fund. And so there's a lot of things happening in that space. But before I get into the different projects that are happening, I'd just like to give you a bit of background about why hydrogen. So obviously it's one of the most abundant elements in the world. So we think this is a great way to make sure that we can all reach our net zero targets in a sustainable way. With hydrogen, there are different types of hydrogen. So there is brown hydrogen, where it's, the electrolysis is powered through coal. Grey hydrogen is when natural gas is used to power the electrolysis. Blue hydrogen is the same, but it also includes carbon capture. And then the cleanest one is green hydrogen, which uses renewable energy to power the electrolysis. So you can see a bit of a flow chart there of how it works. So we have the renewable energy powering the electrolysis. We then have hydrogen storage, which then we can then use to power people's homes or industry, or also cars. Queensland believes that we are ready to be a renewable energy powerhouse. We already have a very highly skilled workforce. Our economy, the largest part of our economy is around the resources sector. So we have people with the right skill set already. We're also an established energy exporter, especially to Taiwan and Korea and Japan. We have very large-scale use of solar, both industrial level but also for residential homes. We have a very pro-business government. As I mentioned, we've put $2 billion towards this hydrogen fund for the Queensland government. And we're very close to Asia, so we're a great, reliable partner for Taiwan. Currently, we have 48 projects, large-scale projects in renewable energies, 34 already operational. There's another 14 which are under construction, and then we have another 100 projects in the pipeline. So so we've got over $10 billion already invested. It's created a lot of jobs, and it's already got 5,500 megawatts of power. This is a map of the eastern coast of Australia, so it includes Queensland, New South Wales, Victoria, a little map of Tasmania there and a bit of South Australia. And this shows you where all the large-scale renewable projects are. So the green circles are the solar projects, blue is wind, and then you can see some which are like a mix of green and blue, and that means it has both solar and wind projects in those places. So as you can see, the most power is going to be generated is going to be coming from the Queensland, from the state of Queensland. Here are some of the projects that are already underway for hydrogen. So one of the main hubs will be in Townsville. We've got Origin Energy, who are working with Japan's Kawasaki Heavy Industries, and they're looking to start exporting from 2026. Edify Energy is another large-scale one, who are going to be potentially producing up to 150,000 tonnes per annum of hydrogen. And then Arc Energy, which is part of Korea Zinc. They have a small scale, but it's only going to be for their own domestic use, for their own companies' use to power their fleet of trucks. So this is a bit of a map of Townsville, so you can see where the projects are. So the big blue spaces are where the renewable energy projects are. There's a pipeline going all the way to the port, and you can also see that there's plenty of water around to also power these projects. The other key place is in central Queensland, so in the city of Gladstone. We've got a number of projects. Again, they're looking at starting to export from 2025. Most of the ones in the early stages will only be small scale, but by 2030, we hope that they're going to have some large scale exports of hydrogen. So Sumitomo from Japan, again, is a key player in one of those projects. And then Stanwell, which is a state government owned company, is also working with a number of Japanese companies, including Iwatani, Marubeni, Kawasaki, and Kansai Electric Power Company. Apart from the hydrogen as an export, Fortescue Future Industries, which is from Fortescue Metals, one of our largest mining companies, they're actually going to be building the world's biggest hydrogen electrolyzer manufacturing facility in Gladstone, which will be the biggest in the world and also be an Australian first. So with the electrolyzers that they're going to be manufacturing, the initial capacity will be 2 gigawatts per year, which is about 200,000 tonnes of green hydrogen. But by 2030, they're hoping there's going to be up to 15 million tonnes that their electrolyzers will be able to produce. And that's the equivalent of taking 60 million cars off the road. Horizon, which is Australia's largest rail freight company, they're also working with Anglo American to have hydrogen-powered trains. TIQ, Trade Investment Queensland, so we've been here for over 30 years, so if you are interested in the hydrogen industry in Queensland, please do get in touch with me. We have different incentives in place, and we have a number of Kaohsiung companies that are also have been partnering with Queensland. So China Steel, almost every day there's a ship that comes from Queensland to Kaohsiung for metallurgical coal. Brogen Technologies, the tech companies, also got their Sky Voyager flying theatre ride in the Dream World on the Gold Coast, and Mingfu, who are here today, they're also investing in resource recovery industry across Australia. One last thing I'd like to add is that Brisbane is going to be the home to the 2032 Olympics, And we have committed to being the climate positive games, so we're going to offset more than 100% of our emissions. And as part of that, we're going to have infrastructure things, so all of our infrastructure that will be built will be 6 Energy Star ratings. We're going to have, sustainable resource management, so circular economy, resource recovery, responsible sourcing, and then also in the mobility part, we'll have an electric fleet of public transport for the Games. So we've started, we're lucky that we've got 10 years to prepare for this, but hopefully this will be the first climate positive Olympic Games. And that's it for me. Thank you very much, everybody.
好，谢谢澳洲昆士兰驻台刘代表，非常精彩，针对氢能，我们觉得在整个净零转型，氢能绝对是一个不可或缺的角色。我想刚刚从陈明兰博士到刘代表都已经特别提到这样的一个大的趋势。那我想高雄在这个城市的转型，特别在过去高雄是一个工业的城市哦，其实在这个议题上其实有一些特殊的战略角色，我觉得其实是可以来继续发展。接下来我们这位是企业的代表，有全球100大企业对净零的因应策略。我们邀请到发商威利养台湾的业务发展戚志生总监来针对这个地方来进行分享。我们热烈掌声欢迎，谢谢。
It's before 12, so I still can say good morning, everyone. And I'm very glad to be here and share with everyone. I was on the train to thinking about what will be my icebreaker for today. And I would like to carry the baton from Milan and from Patrick. I see net zero is a lifestyle, and we need energy. So we need to be energetic and take action. So this is what Veolia would like to do, is that we need to look into what is our life cycle, what is our core value, and through that take action, then we can gradually move along to achieve our goal in 2050. And I need to speed up, but luckily I only had 10-15 slides, so no need to worry. Just out of curiosity, how many of you before today hear about Veolia? Raise your hand. Only a few of you, okay? So show on the slide, it's a lot of big figures, and Veolia currently have 220,000 employees, and it's quite significant. And if you look at the revenue, and if you have no idea how big the revenue is, it's equal to 2019 TSMC's revenue. But we are an operator. This is the skill set Veolia has. So it's a zoom in like Kaohsiung City. So we provide services through municipality all the way to industrial. And from the water side, you can see we have solution from wastewater all the way to the drinking water, even the pure water we use in the microelectronic industry. And on the energy side, we're looking into how to save energy, which we all believe it's very important. And we do building energy services all the way to microgrid or local loop of energy. And on the west side, we start in Taiwan, we do waste to energy, and also all the way to the PV panel recycling. This is what the scope Veolia do. But from outside, you see Veolia is a big giant. It's a 169 years old big giant. And how we can move quickly to adapt the trend to claim we are going to be net zero in 2050. So we see ourselves as more like a culture. I always joke myself, how come they send a Taiwanese-born American come up here to represent a French company? So this is about our culture. Our culture is not about how big we are. We are like a group of kids, and we have passion. That's what we need to reach net zero. And can you play the small video clip? Unfortunately, there's no sound. So this is to represent a group of kids see a dry river, what they can drink of. So they take action to build what they really dream. When everything comes along, you will see later on. We need to take action. We need to get our feet wet and jump into the water, start action. And this is Veolia. We try to be the ecological transformation benchmark company. So we're talking about culture, how we internally have the core value to really enhance the net zero. So we see 4 different dimensions. You see from the outside of the circle, this is the whole stakeholder around the world. So you look at our company's shareholder, employees, the society, even we're looking into the plant and our client. So this is the holistic view, how we plan to really integrate ourselves into our culture and core value to really push through the net zero strategy. And I'm not kidding you, in our annual performance review, we do have a target for each of that, and on everyone. Like myself, we have, I have one with employee is I need to implement gender diversity. So we need different, we need men and women join, and different people have different perspectives. And this is the action we all need to group together. So with a very short summary about what Veolia is, I would like to introduce you to write down something really quickly on your notepad or anything. First, you write 1 + 2. Second, you write 3. The third number is 11. What I try to do is that let you get off the slide. If you need a slide, in the very end, I have my email. You just email me, I will send it to you, okay? So when you write down 1 + 2, and then you can write down equal to 1, this means in this year, 2022, Veolia took a very bold action. Veolia merged with Suez. We are #1 merged, #2. We become the first one ecological transformation benchmarking company. We believe if we merge, we have more solutions to serve the society. The #3 means we have 3 core business. We have water, energy, and waste. I believe since we merged with Suez, we are the only company can provide an integrated solution with these 3. If you want to go net zero, you cannot just go one dimension. You need to go 3 of them. The number 11, I'm very proud of it because this is something I did. In 2020, I created a joint venture for Veolia. We joint venture with SCI, it's a pharmaceutical company in Taiwan. And we plan to build a solvent recovery plan to help industry, to help the pharmaceutical industry. And we aim to have 11,000 tons of carbon emission savings. So this is what we did in the world and what we do in Taiwan. So give what Veolia is. I give very short history about how Veolia fight for net zero and how we progress so far. So it starts with 2008. If you remember it right, 2006, Al Gore started a video, a documentary. It calls An Inconvenience Truth. And that's really stirred up a lot of discussion. So through that, in 2008, Veolia decided to disclose the greenhouse gas emission data voluntarily. That's like really fast of it. And you see it's jumped all the way to 2015. During that year, a lot of scientists, they are fighting with either we have global warming or it's a climate change. But most important thing is during this year, a lot of invention already in place. So we should say from 2015 to 2019, a lot of invention already in place, such as Veolia did the crazy things. We go to London, we sweep the street, and we extract the precious metal from the dust of the street. And in US, we create something interesting is we use bacteria to produce biologic plastic. So we have a significant move is like every time when you go to the toilet, you flush resource to make plastic. And in 2019, Veolia launched the Impact 2023, tell us what we plan to do in the next 4 years. I need to speed up. So this is what Veolia does. We're projecting out what we plan to do to reach a 2050 target. What's very important, you hear a lot of companies, they set a mid-target. They always said, reduce by 45% by which year, or reduce by what percent each year, which means in each company, you need to do bottom-up to know where's your emission level right now. Then you can look into what you do and what are the initiatives you can take to reduce it. So what our strategy to do this is really from top down, we set the target, and bottom up from each project to each country, to each zone, and integrate at the global level. 3 key numbers to remember, like 2 degrees C, it's irreversible consequence we need to face. And 50%, this is something, if Taiwan wants to do any business in Europe, this is something you will face because we need to, it's by regulation, they are going to reduce 55%. So there will be a very strong regulation. And if you do export business, it's gonna highly impact by that. And get ready and embrace yourself, 2050, it's net zero. And so the question we ask Veolia ourselves is, how confident are we can deliver our environmental commitment at the right pace and take into account all the dimensions that we can leverage. So this is a simple equation applied to everyone, okay? First is what we mentioned early in the morning, say we need to reduce emission. Then the second one is we're looking into how to capture it. And in the end is how we compensate to get net zero. Because no matter what activity we do, we still have something left to offset. And to further down detail, and we will looking into how to reduce, there will be how the energy source, which will be related to Patrick's project, you have clean energy. And in the process area, which is what Veolia's expertise, we know each process, how to save energy. And then in the end, it's coming to balance about how you can recycle, upcycle the waste. So what Veolia does is we come up with an offer. we are not only helping ourselves, we invite everyone to join us. And so that's why we put a new offer together. We call it Green Pass. So we looking, based on our experience, we're looking into each industry: food and beverage, pharmaceutical, automotive, chemical, and steel. We looking into their ratio of scope 3 and divide by scope 1 plus scope 2 to find what are the initiative or actions we can take for each industry. And on the bottom, you can see these are our current customer. They rely on us to save carbon footprint. So this is just a demonstration, not really ask you to read the detail. So just demonstrate what I'm saying is not lying. We really have all the solutions. So what I want to tell you is the solution is already available. It's about you, whether you want to take action or not. And I only have 1 minute, so very important. I would like to have you as a takeaway. So the key takeaway for my today's speech is visualize your core value to empower your organization. The next one is set your target with a systematic approach. The third one is realize the urgency of doing. The last one is find help or solution. Don't do it alone. And thank you. And this is my contact. If you need a slide, feel free to email me.
好，谢谢戚总监。接下来我们是一位线上的从 ICLEI 所做的一个录影的一个分享。ICLEI 是全球最大的城市往永续发展的联盟，高雄是全台湾在2006年第一个加入这样的城市联盟。现在目前台湾有10几个城市，包含6都都加入这个联盟。那今天我们邀请了里面的这个 Eric Patterson 主任来针对整个100%的净零的城市来做一个线上的分享。我们请工作人员来放录影带，谢谢。还是他是现场的，还是？好，我们请这边请线上来做。Hello, Ms. Sand, are you with me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello,
the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I'll just quickly share my screen.
You can turn on the video and show the slides.
Okay, good day to you all. Can you hear me, see me, and also see my slides now? If someone can confirm if it's audible, one can see and can see the slides.
Please share your slides. We cannot see it online. Yeah.
Can you see them now?
No. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we got you. Thank you. You can start now. Thank you.
Yes, thanks a lot, and good day to you all, and thanks for having me for this session. My name is Rohit Sen. I work as the head of sustainable energy at ICLEI World Secretariat, based in Bonn, Germany. Today, what I wanted to talk to you about is 100% renewables and how we see this as a key milestone on the road towards achieving climate neutrality. Let me go to my next slide and just try to take a step back and see where we are today. We see in one scenario setting that the global atmospheric CO2 emissions are hitting record high, and we are already behind the targets of achieving 1.2 and avoiding the climate crisis, and also delayed on the Paris Agreement. At the same time, we see cities around the world are almost responsible for more than 70% of the global energy demand. And out of this 50% that we consume is almost wasted. At this another end of the scenario, we see that more than 733 million people lack access to basic energy. This includes electricity, clean cooking, and so on. Unfortunately, 95% of this live in sub-Saharan Africa and Asia. Now, looking at this and looking at the way forward, how do we go ahead? What should be our pathway? And there are certain solutions that people are looking at. One of them is to see how we can become net zero, achieve climate neutrality, etc. And that's something that we are looking at ICLEI, using our Green Climate Cities program, which has the climate neutrality framework, where the entry point is the resilience development part to address climate change adaptation, resilience, as well as mitigation, with all the three pillars included in the Green Cities Climate Program, which tells us how to act, how to accelerate and analyze, looking at the three pillars of climate neutrality, which is one, drastically reduce greenhouse gas emissions, how to divest, repurpose, and reinvest, and the third pillar looking at how to offset and compensate greenhouse gas emissions. This is a stepwise guide that we follow for most of our work and programs at ICLEI, which tells us how to create targets, how to set targets into plans, and then implement them into action. The three pillars, as I mentioned, looking at drastically reducing GHG emissions is where I'm going to focus today. And that's where we come down to from the mitigation side on renewables. This is where we see 100% renewables, or for local governments, cities, to achieve 100% renewables is utmost important, because we see this as a cornerstone for climate action. And as someone has said, that most of the problems around with climate issues has energy at the heart of them. Therefore, the solutions that we are looking for should also have energy as one of the main pillars. And therefore, we see that with with achieving 100% renewables, most of the issues and goals and targets that we are looking at today with green recovery, with race to zero, with the SDGs of 7, SDG 11 and 13, etc., climate neutrality, all these things, NDCs can be tapped upon or achieved with going ahead with renewable energy transition. We also see that this is very important for decarbonization, achieving climate resilience, also very important today in current geopolitical terms to achieve energy security and independence. And therefore, we see that how local governments, subnational governments, cities can go ahead and start planning and start implementing for their road towards achieving 100% renewables. Now, moving on, we want to also see how 100% renewables is defined, because what we have seen while working with various cities, subnational governments around the world, we have noticed that people define this in a different way. But the way we look at it is we have taken the definition from, endorsed the definition from IRENA Coalition for Action. And that's where we see that all the energy demand within the jurisdiction boundary should be addressed through various sources of renewable energy, which is 24 hours a day, every day of the year. And to support it, certain other elements, which is whether it is hydrogen, so should be green hydrogen, whether we are talking of electrical grids, import and export of that energy part should also be based on renewable energy sources, and even the battery storages or any other form of storage that we can use here should also be balanced. To balance out the grid should also be derived from renewable energy resources. So this is how we see that renewable energy can be defined as 100% at this city or regional level. And then one can claim to achieve the status and also achieving towards net zero and climate neutrality. Now, why do we see that this is important to have action at the local level? Because we believe that cities and regions, and not only believe, we have seen and we are working now and seeing the impact of it, that cities and regions can lead the renewable energy transition because they are positioned in a very unique way and has the authority on the ground to make the change happen. We also believe and see that as local governments, as local authority, they also know what the citizens, the people living in the city and the region want, and have the sense of the pulse of the nerve, if I may say, put it like that. At the same time, they are also eligible and at the best position to put local targets, whether it is transforming public transit, whether it is with heat and cooling in buildings, mandating energy efficiency and conservation regulations, etc. And at the same time, they are in complete control of their own operations, whether it is with their buildings, whether it is with their transportation fleet, and so on. So local governments can become the focal point of those impacts for climate change that is needed on the ground. And moreover, they can support the other actors, majorly, of course, the national government, also the private sector, the SMEs, and so on, including the citizen and also the youth of the region. So now the question would be, when we see how do we set up a 100% renewable energy target? I mean, to come at it a very simplified approach, we do see that this can be done in three steps. The way we have been practicing it and doing it with the cities and regions and local governments that we work with is to first work with them and understand which scope they want to pick up. In the sense that, do they want to go just for their own operations, so just for local government operations, or would they like to do it citywide or community-wide for as far as the jurisdiction boundary of the city? So that would then include the communities, the private citizens, the commercial sectors, etc. And once they have done that, then we see that how do we pick a sector in step 2. So in this sector, in this we see energy-wise what is needed. So from the energy form, is it the heating, cooling part? Is it the electricity part, or is it the mobility part that that needs to be picked up as the most urgent form of energy that needs to be transitioned? And this could be easily all three of them. And once they do that, it is easy for the planners, and in this case, the local government, to go ahead and create the targets and plan how to implement them. And not to forget then in step 3, how do we adopt and act, which is where we need to then interact with the various stakeholders, and this includes the people, as I said, the private citizen, the public, but as well as the policymakers at various levels of the government and local authorities, as well as the financiers. So this includes local banks, national banks, international financial authorities, in financial institutes, other investors, donors, and so on. And at the same time, also the technology providers. Because this is important that as we move ahead with the transition, which technology is the best suited for the city or the region will depend on a number of criteria and factors, whether this is locally manufactured, this is imported from other countries, and so on. Very important and key to this whole transition and planning is the linkage with urban and rural cooperation. So that means that how do you interact with the neighboring cities, neighboring peri-urban rural areas? Because often we have seen that the demand in the cities are much higher than the resources that they have within their jurisdiction boundaries. And that is the reason why this cooperation with the rural neighbors or the other neighboring cities is very important, because that's where certain sharing of resources will be critical. They might have more resources, say renewable energy resources, than what the city itself has. And to meet that, to cater to that demand that the city has, would be very important in this case. So this is in a simple way how we plan. Let me give you an example on what actually has happened while planning for Frankfurt am Main, a big city in Germany. And we saw that when we were planning with Frankfurt am Main in achieving their 100% renewable energy status, where the target was to achieve 100% renewable energy by 2050, they saw that they could only meet 25% of the total energy demand from 2010 from within the city boundaries. And this was not an easy thing, because then how do we plan to meet the other 75%? What is very strange in Frankfurt in Germany is that the energy demand during the office hours peaks a lot, and then it drops significantly post that. So evening, nights, and early mornings are very, very low energy demand. And as most of the people just come into the city to work and then move out for their places, residential homes, etc., which are generally outside of the city. And this we saw that with using various strategies, all the different types of resources, they were still not able to meet this. So what they did, and they had to do this, is to move out of the city boundaries and go to the next regional area, and then ask for what resources they have. And also that was not enough, and they had to move to the provincial government or the state government, which is Hessen. And from there they were able to get some wind energy. But even with that, it was not possible for them to meet 100%, and they could only achieve, let's say, 50% of the demand they could meet. And therefore, they had to plan on how to break it down and finally decide to cut down the demand of total energy consumption and bring in 50% of that to be met through energy efficiency measures. So this is where I say that it is very critical for planning how the city and the region should move towards this energy transition with renewables in the picture, and all these issues, challenges come up, and how do we plan to resolve them from very early planning stage itself. So this is one of the very good examples that we have from Frankfurt while planning at the city level for energy transition. One thing that we have now come out with is at ICLEI is the 100% RE roadmap framework, which we have developed while working with multiple cities in the global north and the global south, where we try to map the whole process and the steps in detail and what do those each and every step means for the city to go from the very initial stage of creating the vision, making a statement to the very end of how the 100% RE roadmap should be laid out and how to process further with implementation of various projects. This is available on our website, so please feel free to have a look. It takes from the step of political ambition, commitment to baseline assessment, modeling, etc., to roadmap development and implementation, as I mentioned. So as we see how planning to implementation happens, and this is the same process that we have been following in all the cities that we have been working on. So from the very beginning and collection of data, which I tell you is also not very easy, because this data is not always available at one source, and and often we have to go to multiple stakeholders, different levels of the governments, to get the data that actually is needed to do energy modeling, scenario modeling, etc. Because the most real the data is, the more closer you are to your modeling scenarios and so on. Because otherwise, when you go down to the implementation level, you'll see so many gaps that come out because the data was either synthesized or from secondary sources, and that gives you all these gaps while you're modeling and developing scenarios. So building from the scenarios, you create the strategies, do your feasibility assessment, check the technologies that you have, look at the policy framework, the policy environment, assess what needs to be modified, and what new policies can be brought in, so that the transition for the implementation of these local strategies are ironed out. And then look at how these local strategies can be further through local implementation mechanisms can be made into action, and real projects can take shape and take the form of bankable projects. Once these projects take the form of bankable projects and are ready to be financed, that's when the multilateral development banks, the financial institutes, the project preparation facilities, and the impact investors come into play, and they are trying to give technical assistance or financial assistance to these projects at that point. Remember, it's a long way, to go, because overnight we cannot achieve this. This is a course of 10, 20 years, depending on when the target is and how fast we make the transition. Developing all these projects and to the bankability is also something that takes a lot of effort. And that's where technical assistance and financial assistance is very important. Quite often we have found that it is difficult to get this very easily. And that's the reason why we, from our work, try to support cities, local governments as much as possible. Just to show you the footprint that we have at the moment, the various cities and regions we are working on with the concept of 100% renewables under different initiatives. You can see it's a quite good spread or a divide of global north and global south cities and regions. We are present in cities of Canada and cities of the US. At the same time, we are working in Argentinian cities. We are working in Europe with Malmo, in Africa with county regions, in Kenya. We are also looking at cities and regions in Korea, as well as we have Pingtung County from here. We have looked at Indonesia, we have some cities from South Africa, Australia. So it's quite a good spread, and this gives us a unique position as well to understand how the challenges and problems are in different parts of the world, and lessons that can be learned from each other, technologies, the applications, innovations that are happening. This easily flows across through the work that we do and the initiatives that we have, like the 100% renewable energy network. Some of the cases that I wanted to share, and just to reflect on what these cities are doing. So we worked with their project planning. We looked at and studied at their implementation. So we looked at Orlando in the United States of America. There we saw that they had a plan for achieving 100% renewables by 2050. They have gone ahead and done many innovative implementation of renewable energy technologies. Something that they call is photovoltaics, which is now also getting widespread, but it's quite interesting on how they have implemented these projects on man-made lakes, which also takes care of the biodiversity and the environment, and doesn't create any violations of those things. So making sure that the energy transition is also a just energy transition. So this is something that picked up our interest, and something that we can take over and try to share with the other cities and regions who are, let's say, at the very start or the planning stage, so that they can take these lessons into their consideration. So from Orlando, the way they put and they build the solar PV installations on water bodies was quite interesting, and more can be read into this case study. It's also available on our website. Something which was important in Vancouver when we went and studied their 100% renewable energy roadmap was how they were working with green buildings. And this is something very important because Vancouver is also a densely populated city with a lot of infrastructure and so on, especially with these high-rise buildings. And they have a zero emission for new buildings by 2030. So some of the policy that they have come out with at the local level, at the, let's say, provincial level, and supported again at the national level is quite interesting how they interlink this, because that strengthens the policy environment and then further pushes the agenda to achieve 100% renewables towards by that target year for the city. So that's where it is interesting to learn, and for other cities to either replicate or modify this for their own local needs, for how they can give incentives and also cooperate with the industry. The next city that we picked for sharing was the Australian Capital Territory. There we have seen that they want to achieve 100% renewable energy by 2020, which is already done. And now they have extended the target to achieving net zero by 2045. And what we see is that something unique they did, apart from things which of course have an overlap with other cities as well, is to use the reverse auctions to spur the renewable energy development throughout Australia. And this actually made an impact on the costs and the financing of it, and that's where the techno-economic analysis boosted the implementation work that they had to do to achieve this transition, because of course there was a lot of wind and a lot of solar projects at utility scale, mostly based outside of the city boundaries. And this is why I said it's very important to make sure that the cooperation between urban, rural, or basically the neighboring regions around is very important, because in this case, there was not enough, let's say, space. Sometimes it happens like this within the city boundary. You do not even have enough floor space to put in large solar and wind power plants. and therefore you definitely need to go out and look for exporting or importing energy from neighbors or some other cities and regions to achieve your targets. Another good example from Europe is from the city of Malmo in Sweden, where they also have their achieving to achieve the 100% renewable energy by 2030. What they have done, which stood apart and is very different from what the other cities are doing, is to focus on waste to energy, and that's where they try to call this as recycle renewable waste, where they are using this as a stepping stone towards achieving 100% renewables, and trying to say instead of the waste piling up and producing further methane and all those things from landfill and so on, they are using this to generate energy instead of having that same energy from other unsustainable energy resources, whether it is fossil fuels or nuclear and so on. And they're bringing the principles of circularity into this in a big way, so that the renewable energy created also creates a sustainable energy system in its way. And they do not even plan to have this in a long-term basis, because as we know that we all are trying to reduce the waste part. We want to reduce the amount, say let's say the tons of waste production that we have, and that if you do this in a long-term planning for transition, that might hamper the amount of energy that you produce. But as I said, this was more of a stepping stone for them, and they took this time to come out with the geothermal power plants. And once the geothermal power plants that they are installing are in place, then they will slowly phase these waste to energy plants out as well. So that's quite interesting also for other cities to see how this planning happened and this implementation happened in Malmo. Other cities, say in Indonesia or in Kenya, who have geothermal resource, could also look at something like this if possible, because also, we all know that the geothermal power plants are expensive, the technologies are expensive, and it is also not something that you can build overnight. So they all take all this thing takes time, and that's unfortunately that we don't have time, as we are all in a climate crisis at the moment. Another good example that we wanted to pick up was from Palmas in Brazil. So they also have a target to achieve 100% local renewable electricity by 2030, to 2035. And what they are doing is encouraging the rise of prosumers. Quite interesting, so that people also and other stakeholders also start taking the initiative of putting up solar photovoltaics on their rooftops. And this is not just an issue or a challenge for the local government or the city municipality, so to say. And this is increasing the engagement and participation of different stakeholders, including citizen participation. And they are trying to attract this through various tax incentives for households, trying to get in net metering policies and coordinate energy strategies with the municipal budgets. So this is pushing the agenda forward, and trying to attract more prosumers, as they call it, to come and start investing into their own solar PV and try to generate their own energy at the same time. Whatever excess comes then goes into the grid through net metering opportunities. So this is also quite an innovative part. By incentivizing, they're also trying to give them the capital that they need to implement these projects on their rooftops. So that was a few examples that I thought I share with you all, and just to show what's happening around the world, with various cities, local governments trying to go ahead and implement their own 100% renewable energy transition. We are also working with Pingtung County, and they are also having their targets, and very soon we'll be launching the case study that we have on Pingtung County. So that would be also something interesting for you all to read and see. At the same time, I do believe that the other counties and cities and regions here do have the potential also to make that transition and work on different applications of renewable energy and see if they can also work on 100% renewables. We at ICLAI do work at different levels, at the international, national, and local and regional level, trying to guide the renewable energy transition that we are looking at, and trying to guide the local governments on how to work more with, apart from renewable energy generation, also with energy efficiency, energy conservation, how they can phase out coal and make sure this is a just energy transition. Also make sure that that the vertical integration of various levels of the government is there, because this is very important, and therefore we very much focus on multi-level governance while doing the planning, and also building strategies for implementation. And then, of course, helping both layers or levels of government to see how this impacts at the NDCs and also the SDGs, which is something of very important and keeping aligned with the Paris Agreement. And at the local level, of course, we look at how capacity building is needed, how and what knowledge dissemination needs to be taken care of, and peer exchange. This is something that we put a lot of focus and energy on, because we believe that the cities, the local governments, can definitely learn a lot from each other. The examples that are there. So that they don't make the same mistakes that the others did, and also do not reinvent the wheel, as this is very important and saves a lot of time. We definitely work at looking at what energy strategies they can have, what action plans they can create, and through various initiatives that we have at ICLAI, we also see what viable projects can be built up and then met with the with the financial assistance as well. Some of the projects that are highlighted here are some of the projects that we are doing at ICLAI, and there are many more. The initiatives that we have, we not only take care of 100% renewables, we look at the solutions that can be provided through Solutions Gateway, the Green Climate Cities program that I already mentioned. But at the same time, the reporting is very important, and that happens to the through the CDP ICLAI track, and that helps us in measuring and monitoring how the transition is happening at the local level with these cities and regions, and further how we can give support, because this is what tells us what kind of support and what magnitude that it needs. These are some of the knowledge products and capacity building materials that we have produced while working with these cities from the Global North and Global South that you saw. We also have this Transformative Actions Program, which works as a project preparation facility, tries to provide technical assistance and or financial assistance by providing access to finance with the various partners that we work with. And they always open a call annually. So currently the tap call that we put it like is open for all cities, local governments, regions to send in their projects that they think they want to work on, and look at how the transition for 100% renewables can be achieved. So with my last slide, I stop here, and happy to answer any questions that may come up later, and also happy to sit in the discussion. Hopefully we can come out with some interesting points and go home with thoughts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sen. Please stay with us for another 20 minutes. We'll move on to another section. 好，接下来我们进行下一个综合讨论。我邀请所有的讲者 ，would like to invite speaker on the stage to join the next station. 这场也来了2位非常重要的贵宾，我们欢迎林副市长秦荣林市长，等一下会加入我们这样的讨论，以及环保局黄副局长黄世宏。好，那所以工作人员在安排的时候，我们就请大家可能。可以准备一下题目，虽然我们今天时间很有限，讲非常的难得，今天有非常重要的长官还有贵宾针对近邻城市的部分，大家可以来提供这些相关的讨论。 好，对，可以，好 ，please on the stage, Commissioner and 不要您坐中间好了，您坐中间，对，我坐边边，对。副局长，对，副局长出来。上次看，下次关，对。好，我们现在接下来进入综合讨论的阶段。其实刚刚听了精彩的几位的讲者，从英国在台办事处陈美兰博士，还有澳洲昆士兰驻台代表Commissioner Patrick Heverstein 他精彩的演讲，还有刚刚这个法商威利这边戚总监，那以及刚刚现在还在线上的这个 Lloydson 啊。那我想在开始之前，我们今天非常荣幸邀请到高雄市副市长林新荣副市长，我想在这边我们针对高雄市在这个净零的相关的这转型的策略，这边来针对这边是不是做一个分享？来，请副市长。
谢谢啊。
是不是有简报的部分？请麻烦。
Well, it's my great honor to be right here to speak about how the policy of the runs into zero. Well, we all know that the President Tsai Ing-wen have been announced last year's. There will be the national policy for the Taiwan's policy to run to the net zero by years of 2050. So as a members of the nation, as a special city status in Taiwan, Kaohsiung also have to follow up the run into the zero policies. So it is quite important thing. You can see this is the national policy. They will be including the 4 strategies, 2 fundamentals. So it's quite clearly, it becomes a national policies. And also, the city of Kaohsiung have been already right to formulated what is the local policy will be. So I will give you this. This is the local policies. And the local policy that met the city of Kaohsiung has the, we try to set in the vision and we try to set in the measures. So city of Kaohsiung has set a 30% reductions in 2030. And net zero target in 2050, the same with the national policies. And we promote it through the 4 major transformations of energy, industry, life, and societies. Kaohsiung City recently held the 2050 Net Zero Path Release and Industry Net Zero Alliance Establishment's press conference just last month. In the meanwhile, there are 3 arrows are launched. I will give you a short. There be one thing is the draft that net zero city management autonomous regulations to strengthen the legal basis for net zero transformation. Without a legal basis, I don't think anything can move ahead. So it is quite important things as the mayor here pronounced this morning. It's quite important to make the policy become a legal basis. Secondly, announce the urban zero path and formulate 4 major transformations, goals, and carbon reduction strategy. I will give you further details. And thirdly, we try to establish, and we have already established, an industry zero alliance to join hand with the industry to build a low-carbon industry. Well, especially, I will give you further to elaborate the what is the short-term policies. Well, the second phase of the greenhouse gas implementation plan, which is during the 2021 to 2025, has been formulated. According to the municipality, we have with the 57 measures in 13 bureaus and divisions in 6 major departments within my municipalities. it is estimated that the carbon reduction will be 2.39 million tons in 5 years. And the carbon reductions will reach to 1.52 million tons has been reached to the 1.52 in 2021. So you can see the whole picture of the racing to zero strategy of the city. So you can see there are 4 transformations, 4 goals, and 18 strategies as the map have shown. So I will about the aspects of the 4 transformation, I will give you more details. Would you give me a few seconds? Would you get it back? Would you get the slide, get it back? 你可以回去上一片吗? Okay. Would you get it back? Okay. Yeah, okay. So let me give you a detail about the 4 transformation. First, there will be the focus on the energy transformations. As this morning Mayor have said, the city status is quite important. We are the peer, we are the foundation to strengthen the Taiwan economy miracles because we have a heavy industry in the city. So the energy transformation to the city is very important. Through the symbiosis of steam and electricity, the decoalization of the Xinda power plant, and the 6 years, we are adding to 1.25 gigawatt for the photovoltaic policies of the green powers. The power emission factors, I think we will deduct some part of the carbon dioxide. Secondly, the other transformation will be included to the industry transformations. We set up the Net Zero Industry Alliance that will be in the 以大带小, and to share carbon reduction technologies and resources, such as the energy resources integrations, carbon captures, hydrogen energy smelting, etc., to create the low carbon industry chains. It becomes a chain, and it becomes a transformation of the industry. This is quite important things, and it becomes a business. The third thing is the transformations of life. The old people will be the participants in this transformation. It's not only the government. So according to a report of the International Energy IEA, 8% of the global carbon reduction needs to rely on changes in behavior, in consumption habits, promote energy conservation in buildings, improve energy efficiencies, and through mass transportation, shared transportation, etc., to create a low carbon transportation models, which promoting the net zero green life for the people in food, clothing, housing, and travel. So I'm saying the third part of the transformation will be cover all the people will be the participants, not only the city government on itself. The fourth thing is the social transformations. It will be implement the Z0 that will be covered in the education and plan to use net zero funds to assist industry and citizens affected by the transformation process, while strengthening the citizen participations. So I say they will be very important. The map you have shown the slides is quite clear, even though it's writing in Chinese. But I speak in English that you can understand that they are covered in the energy, industry, life, and social transformations. So let's just give me a little few minutes. I will say some critical issues, which I pinpoint out with a case that the city is implementing. I will give you some example, which is focusing on how there are 3 strategies for industry carbon reductions. Industry. So there were 3 components for industry transformation. One thing is you have to doing the industry development process, 制程改变. The second thing is you have to have the energy conservations. Otherwise, you can make anything change. The third thing is big issues. It's also the theme of this symposium, is what I mean, the circular economy. Circular economy is a new emerging and a new business, which also covers the issues of the manufacturing, consumption, and financial pattern of the current and the future society. Let me say again, it's a big issue. What is the circular economy? I think it's a big issue. But to my definition, they will cover in the financial patterns, consumption patterns, and manufacturing patterns in the future and right now. So we have to prepare. The circular economy is critical things for change the industry component. Finally, at last, but not at least, I would say I'll give you this one, as I mentioned to you, we have to have some legal basis. So the city government, municipality of the Kaohsiung, we set the autonomous regulations, and these regulations are based on the 4 major transformations of the energy, industry, life, and society, as shown in the slides. So you can see the content includes clear reduction targets, powers and responsibility of various bureaus, guidance for industry inspections and deductions, strengthening of renewable energy settings, strengthening development behavior incremental management. I'm meaning the incremental management. The revolution will never be done just overnight. So it's an incremental process. So also they have to cover in strengthen the development behavior, and including the building energy, electrifications, goals, and the supporting facility, organic agriculture guidance, Z0 educations, green finance, etc. So we can see, according to the legal basis, there will be view from the civic groups and the industry and the public currently being collected. So let me end up right here. This is the map and the path that, according to the national policies, the city municipality have already done, formulated some strategy and the goals and the path. So we are not talking about the goals. We're not talking about the strategy. We are talking about the actions. So it is ongoing. So I'm saying again, I would like to recall that the mayor has said what will be changed for the city of Kaohsiung. There were dual transformation. One thing is the digital transformation. The other is the Z0 transformation. They will make this city change it, and they will make city greater. Thank you very much.
非常谢谢林副市长非常重要精彩的在这个部分分享高雄在近年转型所做的相关的重要规划，没有错，就是需要行动。好，我想在有限的时间，我们现在开放一些问题来请教在座，我想所有讲者可能也包含副市长有机会也可以来回应今天刚刚非常重要的这样的宣示。我们开放几问，你可以用中文或英文，我想现场有这个翻译来做。 是不是我们请非常简短的一题有没有？我们开放先2到3个问题，也不耽误大家用餐的时间。有没有要提问？非常难得的机会，好，请花1分钟、1分半钟。
那个副市长还有各位贵宾呢，我是鲁台银。那我想刚才伊克里也报告这个屏东的这个100%再生能源的这个倡议哈。 他在上个月也达成的，不过那是2016年，在座那个林子伦老师也当初一起在努力，登记的这个项目，它是用民生用电的100%哈。那我想高雄市其实也可以选择一个项目，因为我们也是伊克里的会员，应该是这样子来推，不是说全部先找一个项目，比如说民生用电或者是交通或者是各方面。 我想这个林主任老师非常清楚他们的操作方法，那我建议可以这样子先去做哦。我想这个就会有一个比较明确，然后这可以上国际的一个目标。你看人家的介绍就会谈到屏东县，那也是当初2016年我们的努力。第二件事情，我要特别跟郑老师副市长在场哈。刚才我想开场的时候， 这个屏东这边那个环保署的副署长蔡宏德蔡副长也特别提到我们的所谓的生质能啊，这个果树啊，不管农业废弃物。那当然现在我想2年前副署长也正好主持了一个会议哈，但是我现在必须要跟你报告啊，这个目前的计划到现在为止都还在停摆中，啊，希望有机会能够借由副市长的努力，把这个事情赶快把它完成。其实全部都弄好了，就只欠东风，那到时候再跟您报告。好，谢谢。
好，谢谢提问。我们等一下看这边，等一下统一来回答。我们是不是再 take 几个 question？ 现在看到2个哈，但是不是就先这2位来，请前面的在后面1位，请2位先生。
而且林老师，我是吴益正，好久不见。
好久不见。
副市长还有各位贵宾，今天很难得开这轮净零排放那副市长是我们的高雄市的都委会主委那我们一直在最近高雄的这个台铁机场32公顷重新都市重划，那时候我们有提出一个，不管什么规划，不管在建筑，不管在能源、交通，就刚谈的这什么项目，我们可不可能在一个新的都市发展的一个区域，可以实践零碳的可能？那有什么困难？我想请教副市长有没有什么，还有连林老师都可以在做专家。就一个新的社区，32公顷，原来是台铁的维修车站，我们现在重划。那你传统的话，一定是道路一画，大楼一盖，然后 suppose 那边发展什么产业。可是那到底会产生多少碳、多少耗能？我们在都市计划里面不会把这个放入规划。那我们就谈这些理想，是不是在实践每一个案子有机会？那也想请教各位，一个新的区域我怎么落实？像刚才有介绍马尔谟，还有我们过去去瑞典斯德哥尔摩的那个哈马比那原来都是一个废弃的一个污染的工业区，重新规划，它的垃圾不外送在你们就地解决，能源、交通，一个理想模式，都是一个好的一个社区，是很好的机会。那我们高雄有这样的一个机会，可不可能这样的实践？那请各位专家有没有什么建议？对一个新的社区有什么重新规划的可能的策略？谢谢。
好，谢谢议员，我觉得这非常好的问题。我等一下副市长是都市计划的专家，那这是我等一下可能有 direct question to commissioner， so he asking about the local planning, city planning, how's the role play in net zero emissions。还有米兰博士可能也可以一起回应。我们接下来 take 第3个 question， 谢谢，请。
副市长林老师还有各位先进 I would like to take this opportunity to thank all the speakers, including Milan, Zhishen, and Patrick, and Riddick for your excellent presentations. I really enjoyed and learned a lot from your talks. I have a question about the decarbonizing supply chain, because in your country, there are a lot of multinational enterprise, or so-called customer-facing companies. And for this company, very easy for this company to pass on their pressure and the carbon emission volumes to the upstream companies. And most of these source or upstream companies are located in Asian countries, including Taiwan. So I think it will be reasonable, or maybe I should say maybe for these parent companies or these multinational companies, they need to provide or offer their innovative or novel carbon emission reduction technologies to the upstream companies. For example, there are many upstream companies in Taiwan, so we need to face the carbon emission problems together. So I suggest these parent companies to work jointly with the upstream companies and maybe provide some compensations to these upstream companies. So I want to know your comments on these decarbonizing supply chains issues. Thank you.
好 ，OK， 哦、maybe this is the last question. Thank you. The ladies on the front. 先生，第一位这边。抱歉，这最后一个 question， 请。
各位长官代表专家大家好，我是正和系密建代表詹同宁。我这边有一个问题，就是像刚有提到说生活转型的第5项是有机农产嘛？那因为现在气候变迁严重，每年就是我们的农产品都是靠天吃饭的。对，所以比如说今年的芒果，比如说爱文芒果，早应该在3月到5月是盛产期，但是是到现在近期才开始有这个爱文芒果的生长。对，但是变成这样子生长期延缓，那价格又居高不下，那通膨压力之下，店家跟民众都是受害者。对，那么如何帮助我们这些农民或者是农产品业者来做一个更有效的比如说不受天气影响的一些发展或改善之类的计划？谢谢。
谈净零之前，其实这个极端气候的挑战跟冲击都是我们这一代非常重要要面临的挑战。好 ，I will start with the commissioner and answer the question。好，然后最后再回到副局长，然后最后请副市长，好吧 ？Yep. Thank you. We can start. Yeah. Respond to the question. Yeah.
Okay, so there's quite a few questions there. I'm not sure which one I'm answering, but I think it's very important that we do keep working together. So in Australia, we've got the federal government, the state government, the local government, and all the 3 levels of government do have their net zero strategies and plans. I think it's great to have more opportunities like this for us to share our knowledge and share our experiences between Kaohsiung and between our cities in Australia. We also have quite a few different events where we come together to share our ideas and our technologies. So I know Kaohsiung is always a big supporter of our Asia Pacific City Summit that we host every 2 years in Brisbane. So I'm here as a window basically for the Queensland government here in Taiwan. So if you do want to partner with us on different types of technology with decarbonisation or between the different local governments, I would encourage you to get in touch with me so that we can, do things together and work things out and collaborate together.
部分是。
Just a quick response to the multinational companies. We do work with a lot of partners. They start looking like just align with what Deputy Mayor say. It's about digitalization. So through the digitalization, we integrate the entire value chain. And it's not only we subsidize or we see a lot of companies start to subsidize the supplier, but most often I see in Taiwan, I go to different companies, they say they want to go green, they want to go net zero, and it should be environmental protection actions to do. And so a lot of things, you save energy, you save water, you reduce waste, why you are losing money? So you probably take the wrong strategy. Or it's supposed to be very expensive, somebody already paid for it, maybe the society. So we need to think this deeply and how to integrate entire value chain. Everyone should pay their share. I totally agree with you. And regarding to the agriculture part, there's solutions exist. Particularly for the soil, there's a solution to capture carbon in the soil, and the soil is, as long as the soil can capture enough carbon, it's really provide nutrition to your plant. So there's a specialized company to tell you how to cultivate the profile of your soil. If you are interested, we can have more detailed discussion afterward.
从工业链，接下来我们请陈米兰博士。
Yeah, so I think I pick up several topics. We have the community, net zero community, we have the supply chain, we have the agriculture. But however, I would like to point it to a wider directions in the sense that there's one thing we haven't really touched upon in this session is like public engagement, public awareness towards net zero, for example. I mean, I know a lot of people here in this room care about net zero and they want to take actions. But I also believe that most of us, including me, perhaps, like we don't know what are the next steps and what should we do. So I think government should, or the UK government is already doing that, trying to do that, try to inform people on to increase their awareness regarding climate change, net zero, and also carry out a serious public consultation, public engagement, because I think transition to a net zero is not that easy. But what is more difficult is that how to make this transition as sustainable as possible. How to make sure in 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, or even 100 years, this kind of awareness and concepts still remain. So I think it's really important to engage with the local community, to engage with people who are impacted with these transitions. And I think that will serve a critical part to make sure this transition either for the supply chain, community, agriculture sectors as sustainable as possible. Yeah, thank you.
好，谢谢米安博士。接下来我们请环保局黄副局长。
好，谢谢。那基本上在这个净零转型的过程里面，其实法规的松绑是很重要的哈。其实原本很多像我们都在推这个资源循环零废弃，那很多是原来是废弃物的东西。 那未来都是资源，那我们怎么样在现行的法令里面，有更宏观的角度来看待这件事情，那协助业者能够在转型的过程能够很顺利的哈。那其实我们早上市长也有提到说，产业转型之外，我们还要数位转型。那很多新创的一些科技，感测器也好，预测也好，这些都是在转型的过程里面。 都可以来加速，很顺利的度过这个转型的过程啊。那刚刚有提到说农业的影响哈，那其实除了说大尺度的这个气候变迁对于干旱，或者是这个洪灾的预测之外哈，这个小尺度的这个在地的气候的预测哈，也能够提供农民能够来做一些因应哈。那我想大概是我的看法。
面对气候变迁没有错，在城市面除了谈净零，还有调试的部分非常重要。我想我们最后其实好多重要的问题都需要林副市长，我们再来请林副市长。
我就非常简短的回应啊。Regarding to the four issues that they raised from the floor, I want to say indeed, in terms of the raise the zero, town policy is a little bit late, but compared to the Western, including the UK. France or Australia, we are maybe 10 years behind their schedule, but we can catch up because we need it. It is kind of there are 136 countries also going to the race to the zero, so it is inevitable. Also, you want to become one of the members of the global wars, you need to declare yourself you are a member of the race to zero. So especially in small Taiwan, if we adopt those kind of policies, not from the nation, just from the nation to the localities, we can win. We just can win because we have the knowledge, we have the technology, and we can have the global chain. Because in terms of the, in terms of the raising the zero, Taiwan still have the advantage because it will do ourselves good. We need to change ourselves, totally to change ourselves. And those kind of a change is kind of a business model. So I do believe that we can learn from them and we can make a good global chain with them. So this is what I know. But the knowledge needs to build up. The capacity of knowledge needs to be built up. And the public engagement should be announced by the national government as well as the local government. We have to do the same things. Secondly, I want to answer to the Yizhen. I think the whole city is the test field for the net zeros. Also, it is possible for me and for my colleagues to using the Thai rail as the urban development changes, revolutions. So we have to set the baseline, and it will be incremental change. They will be covering the vehicle, patterns, buildings, and also how the people live right there. So I certainly believe that we will do this way in the Thai rail yard, the urban renovations. The third thing is I want to mention to us, Patrick mentions, Taiwan still have the other advantage is the smart city technologies. So as the ladies questions that, it's quite possible for the smart city technology to solve your problem. To solve your problem, because we have the a very strong technology using the smart city technology, and we can get a test, and we also can give you solutions to make the farmers over the farm to recognize the to recognize the change of the climate, and to to projections the futures, the global sharings, what's going on. So it's quite easy. I mean, to me, it's quite easy. There would be the municipality of the Department of Agriculture. It can help you. So would you please go to the Department of the Agriculture? I think you can get some help from them. And to the Professor Lu Taiying, I wish you, I certainly understand that we should still have to get some further progresses. Because of some regulations need to be deregulations. Otherwise, we can not go forward any steps. So just give me some time, and I will try to figure out how to do the thought, the wish you want to make it true. So this is what I mentioned to you. It's very important things. But let me say again, it's not only the zeros policies. It's another way, it's the circular economy. It's quite important for the right now and for the future. As I mentioned to you, they were covering some issues of the manufacturing pattern and the financial patterns and consumption patterns. So it is not a transformation. It's a great transformation. But when you talk about circular economy, it's not only doing a park, what you call it as a circular economy park. It's the whole social system need to be changed. So I think it's a big business. So we can learn from the Western country, and we can talk further about the rural and the circular economy. Circular economy is going to be an ongoing process. So we have to catch up as soon as possible. Thank you.
好，谢谢在场现场的来宾非常精彩的演说，以及刚刚其实非常棒的 question 啊。其实我们看得出来，就这一场2050年，我们觉得这是一个净零转型的运动。其实它真的就像刚刚副市长提到，它不是只有能源转型、社会转型，它其实产业跟生活转型非常重要。加上今天还有循环经济，我觉得是非常重要的一个系统的观念。那其实也不是只有政府，今天我觉得非常重要，有产业、有公民，大家必须一起来行动。那我觉得就非常再一次，我想感谢高雄今天创造了这样的平台，也这样的对话，其实让公民参与或所有的产业联盟可以开始往下进行我觉得非常棒的一场宣誓。我们再次热烈的掌声谢谢在场还有线上Mr. Hey 的参与。好，我们是今天就到这里结束。好，对，那是不是请现场来宾到这样到这边往前。
各位与会的贵宾，还有我们今天下午3位这个 keynote 哈，就是张局长、那个吴处长跟黄副总哈。那大家午安，大家好。对，今天很高兴，经由早上的会议以后，下午继续来参加下午的这一个 section 哈，有关净零排放、永续城市与产业净零转型关键对策的这个 section 哈。那我们都知道，我们高雄一直都是我们台湾传统制造业的重镇哈。那从早期的像加工出口区的产业园区，慢慢的从传统的当时的制造业的园区，慢慢的转型到近期的所谓的大南方计划，再来从南科开始串联我们高雄的陆科，还有侨科，还有最近的楠梓科学园区，亚湾的5G AIoT 跟仁武的航太园区，还有荷花产业园区等等，都成为我们亚洲新半导体的产业聚落。那高雄的产业的转型，成为南台湾科技 S 南道的最主要的重镇哈。那整个的发展朝向建构光电、半导体、智慧机械、生技产业的聚落，打造我们高雄成为新科技的新创基地，带动高雄的产业转型跟升级发展。但是我们都知道，从今天早上到现在，我们都很关心所谓的节能减耗啊。节能减排已经成为我们国际最受关注的议题。那全球的各个厂牌，像 Apple 等等，还有各个国家，纷纷宣示达到其零排放，或者是负碳排，或者是碳中和的时间跟目标。那整个绿色供应链、节能减耗，还有零碳的净零的碳排，整个全球的趋势，已经成为我们台湾产业界未来10到15年之间必须重视的营运的新课题哈。那去年2021年，欧盟开始宣示所谓的双转型的策略，也就是所谓的整合数位智慧转型，还有净零永续转型的双转型的策略，都是在这种情况下，是全世界在智慧永续目标下必须面临的选择，也是我们台湾必须面临的选择，更是台湾我们整体产业界面对碳中和议题，跟西面特甚至美国最近 CCA 的草案这种国际竞争游戏规则的最佳解方。那也是让我们台湾，尤其是高雄，还有整个的台湾产业，迈向所谓的永续智慧经营的智慧永续城市的最主要的要素。所以今天下午我们3场的演讲，分别会针对整个的智慧永续相关的议题做演讲。那下午的第1场演讲，由我们高雄市环保局的张局长，将会为我们说明高雄市2050净零对策。那在张局长这个说明的过程中，他会帮我们说明报告高雄市政府如何因应碳中和趋势，来制定高雄市2050净零永续的对策，来协助我们整个高雄的产业界，甚至整个台湾的产业界，提前、超前做好产业的布局、垂直整合、跨域合作，以及进行所谓的双转型。那张局长报告完以后，接下来有2位业界的先进，中钢公司在节能减碳技术的研发、净零转型的推动，以及台塑在永续发展方向跟策略，中钢跟台塑这2家公司都有优质的成效，而且都有丰富的经验。所以接下来这2场，第2场跟第3场演讲，我们也会邀请到中钢公司的吴处长，还有台塑企业的黄副总，将透过不同的面向跟领域
来提供我们高雄产业界跟台湾产业界在研发创新、技术升级及净零转型的实务经验，还有发展方向的分享。那我们接下来让我们掌声欢迎第一场演讲我们的张局长。
谢谢。好，谢谢大家午安，大家好。早上大家都听了好久了，那我们都是从各国的经验来做分享哈。早上那倡议的部分，包括国外的代表，还有我们国内的产业的一个转型的一个分享，还有市长定调，我们高雄市要怎么去做我们的2050净零碳排，还有资源回收经济循环经济的部分，这一部分来做努力。那下午呢，我们就国内的各些产业，好，包括我们高雄市的净零碳排，还有循环经济这一些，我们来做一些定调。那当然啦，中钢公司跟台塑公司，为什么请这两位来分享哈？我想大家都知道啊，他们在高雄市所占的排放比例是非常高的哈。所以呢，第一个等一下会请我们吴处长来做分享哈，接着下来就是我们台塑公司副总哈一起来做分享啊。当然，台塑最近是在我的要求之下，我们希望在2025年哈，把气电公司的煤能够脱煤了哈。但是这个对台塑来讲是一个很困难，我相信不可能的任务会完成的。我希望那个台塑副总能够帮忙我们一起努力达成这个绩效目标。好，接着下来我们来看一下高雄2050净零的对策哈。我们看一下，我就3个部分来做讨论哈。第一个部分，我们就是全球的趋势跟净零的策略。在 Part 2的部分，我们看看我们高雄市排放的现况。Part 3的部分，我们是对于高雄净零的转型，还有目标，还有策略来做分享。我们可以看一下全球趋势及净零策略哈。在1992年好开始，我们联合国草拟所谓的气候变迁纲要公约哈，在联合国总部来通过哈。在1997年京都议定书，那规范了相关38个工业国家，在2005年希望2008到2012年温室气体能够在1990年的5.2% 以下哈。那最主要的今年我们格拉斯哥的协定好 COP26 这个部分呢，我们宣示了，就国际宣示了2050年全球净零，温升的控制在1.5度 C 内。那温升控制在1.5度 C 内，我们的大气中的二氧化碳大概一定要在450 ppm 以下450 ppm 以下。所以呢，我们要求就是说，这个国际再要求就是说，已开发中的国家必须提供资金的援助至少达1000万美元以上那共同合作来致力零碳的技术研发及普及。再过我们可以看到就是说今年宣示净零的国家一共有136个国家，239个城市。那台湾呢，也是在今年4月22世界地球日的时候，共同宣示迈向净零。那主要宣示净零的国家包括欧洲、美洲还有亚洲等相关国家，这一些排放量都占了全球的80%以上。那我们相信，在这个新的净零政策出来以后，我们会有一些新的经济趋势，我们能够引导企业走向新的经济趋势，会有另外一波的经济成长。那我们可以看到国际包括欧洲国际的供应链的要求在2050年。希望100%的再生能源。那在碳关税的部分，在2023年欧洲会有一个 CBAM 的一个实施。当然，在2023年跟2027年中间，2027年开始收费，这中间就是所谓碳排放量的一个申报的过渡时期在 COP26 部分呢，刚刚我们已经说过了 就包括净零，还有我们温升控制在1.5度C 内，还有包括加速去煤。所以刚刚我一直在讲，还有早上市长也一直在提到的，希望高雄市在新达电厂能够在2025年能够4座锅炉能够停止操作，那这个部分我们可以减煤385万吨。那气电共生2025年脱煤的话，我们也可以达到340万吨。好，这个是我们一直努力的目标，希望各企业产业能够一起跟我们合作来努力达成。好，那我们看看台湾的净零策略，包括也是一样4大策略、2大基础，还有12项的关键策略。那2大基础在于什么？科技的研发，就是净零的技术和负碳排的技术怎么去研拟出来我们一些走向。那在气候法治的部分呢，那当然就是要规范产业能够怎么去做这方面的转型。那这4大转型策略呢，包括是能源、产业、生活及社会的转型这4大面向哈。这个我们大家都是共同一致，不管是中央或者是地方，我们都是这4大策略、4大转型。好，我们现在来看看高雄市的排放量哈。我们高雄市早上市长也有讲过，2020年是在5331万吨，较2005年是减了1283万吨。我们可以看到，2030年的目标是4630万吨，但是等一下我们会看到，我们2030年在各企业的减量措施下，怎么去达到？我们会不会超过我们既定的目标？那2050年要怎么达到净零碳排？除了能源的转型、制程的改善，还有节能措施以外，我们还要有一些新的科技的产生，那就是要有一些 CCUS， 就是碳封存再利用，还有一些碳汇的形成，还有在一些科技及法治的规范下，让我们可以达到2050年的减碳目标。那我们可以看到高雄的直接排放源跟间接的排放源，在直接燃料排放源是占了71.3%， 在电力使用的部分是占了29% 左右。那其中工业的部分，早上市长也有讲过，我们占了82%。那在直接燃烧的部分是61%哈。那刚刚我们讲到，就是说在2030年我们会达到4630万吨这个目标，但是呢，我们有一些增量，有哪些增量呢？包括我们人武产业园区，还有核发、冈山九鸠农场，还有我们最近通过的楠梓产业园区，这一些园区所增加的量，碳排放量是356万吨。那到底我们要怎么去减量？我们减量的方式大概有，就是在于企业自提的减量目标，我们可以达到606万吨的二氧化碳。那在电力业系数，目前我们的电力系数排放是0.509， 0.509。那我们希望在2030年的时候能够达到0.376，那这样子的话，我们的电力的碳排能源转型这一部分可以减掉393万吨。那在气电共生脱煤，刚刚我讲过，这340万吨呢可以减碳387万吨。那在园区绿电承诺的部分呢，我们可以减掉94万吨。那各部门的政策可以减掉89万吨。还有我们每一个人生活去改变，去影响我们周遭环境人的改变，生活去减碳的部分，我们可以减掉8万吨。所以呢，在2030年，我们的目标设定在，虽然是设定在30%，但是我们因为这些政策或策略去改变以后，我们可以减量1578万吨，那大概是较基准年减了38%，但是我们希望高雄能够继续努力，希望能够达到40%，这是我们的目标，我们必须持续的去迈进。好，这是高雄市的净零气候法治，这个我们已经邀集了好几个，不管是产业界，或者是专家学者，或者是非营利组织这些一起来讨论，当然也是讨论出4个面向，这个4面向也是能源转型、 产业转型、生活转型及社会转型几个面向哈。当然，这一共有一些目标，还有18项相关的策略哈。我们看到就是说，这个4个转型的部分，在能源转型的部分，我们一共有第7条、第8条、第9条规范的大概是太阳能光电、大户的创电、园区的绿电，还有绿色产业这一部分。在产业转型的部分，我们规范在第4条、第5条、第6条及第10条部分，它的目标是在减碳的目标，还有碳盘查、落实减碳及增量抵换这一部分。那在生活转型的部分，我们规范在12、17，还有13、14、15，其规范就是包括建筑能效，还有电动运具。在生活转型，另外还有16、20、18是对于节运的奖励，哈，机关学校节运的奖励，还有低碳规划，还有有机农业的一些鼓励措施。当然，在社会转型的部分，我们规范在19、22、21及第4、21条，其包括的主题是在净零的教育，还有净零的基金，还有低碳税捐减免这一部分，还有碳预算及绿色金融这一些来规范哈。接着我来看一下，就是说高雄净零转型，还有目标，还有策略到底是什么？好，这4大转型、4大目标，还有18项策略。我们看到4大转型的部分，在能源转型的部分，我们刚就有提到，我们希望从电力的排碳系数从0.509降到0.376。那它的策略包括有蒸汽减煤策略，还有成立绿电小组，还有再生能源的建制。在产业转型的部分呢，我们希望打造低碳的产业链。那这一些有早上一直在提醒大家的，就是我们希望净零大联盟哈，以大带小的方式来进行，还有扩大碳盘查、能资源整合、钢化联产，还有碳捕捉再利用、氢能冶炼及循环再利用绿色经济。在生活转型的部分，我们希望以达到能够净零生活的模式。那这一些是要包括在交通、在住商、在民众的生活改变，所以这一些框列的架构在高雄处4.0，建筑物节能，还有捷运轻轨，还有运具电动化及共享运具。在社会转型的部分，我们希望这个化冲突为机会的一个社会工程，能够协助弱势，不遗落任何人。我们以净零教育，还有净零基金，还有公民参与一起来落实。我们可以看到哈，我们能源的转型哈，我们直接排放源刚刚有讲到，就是说占了71%，那电力使用占了29%。那这是全市哦，我们高雄市全市的排放的结构。那这一些我们怎么去减量？包括在间接使用的电力使用间接排放的部分，刚刚强调我们希望增加绿能的降低电力系数，再来节电节能，还有汰旧换新，提升能源的效率。在直接排放源的部分呢，我们能够减少燃料的燃烧哈，包括刚刚所讲的蒸汽减煤，还有设备电气化、运具电动化，还有大宗运输系统。包括我们蒸汽减煤的策略，我们除了刚刚所一直在提的2021年我们秋冬季节减煤停2减2，到2024、25年我们新达电厂全面停煤385万吨，还有气电共生机组脱煤340万吨。这个387其实是数字有点错误，是应该385万吨哈。所以要修正没有修正到。好，那另外我们成立绿电小组，高雄市政府的绿电小组组长召集人是我们林副市长哈，林副市长早上也有到我们现场来哈。那当然会有一些目标，这6年的目标是设定在1.25G感。那它的策略是什么？第一个就是公司有房舍光电屋顶，第二个校园建筑物的绿能及智慧用电，第三个移电共生的专业，还有节能低碳的行动及电厂友善的降载。好，我们希望在创能、节能、储能这3大面向来提升我们的绿能绩效哈。好，这是我们一些相关的处理方式哈，包括 我们的绿能之丘，我们掩埋场哈，因为封闭以后去设置一些光电板哈，能够增加一些再生能源。第二个就是渔电共生，第三个校园光电哈。那在今年的话，我们一共有333间学校来设置太阳能光电。在产业转型的部分哈，我们可以看到，第一阶段就是以大带小这48家里面。其中是占了我们71%，那第二批的44家只有占了4%而已哈。那在我们直接燃料的部分，其实煤占了我们还是主要的部分。我们可以看到煤占了主要的70%哈。那怎么去协助企业掌握碳排的资讯？怎么样了解它最主要排放热点在哪里，或减排的空间在哪里？这个是我们必须要去辅导业者去转型，还有制程改善的部分。那希望在原料的改变，还有制程的提升，还有技术的研发，能够建构低碳转型的一个基础。那相关未来的措施，当然就包括净零大联盟、碳盘查、能资源整合、钢化联产，还有碳捕捉再利用、氢能冶炼及循环再利用、绿色经济等方式来进行达到低碳的一个社区哈。在产业净零大联盟的部分，早上中钢董事长也有提到，他们是属于钢铁业的龙头，所以会带领我们相关室内一共17家业者，我们分组去做减碳技术及跨业合作的分享，让大家能够在一段时间以后，能够达到分享的一个，除了分享以外，能够达到减量的一个目标哈。那在石化业，我们是以中油为做领头羊哈。那电子业的话是以群创、光电；能源业的话，当然就是台电，因为它的排碳量是最高的。还有循环经济业是以绿化环保一起来努力这一方面。还有扩大碳盘查的部分，我们目标是建构产业碳盘查的能力。早上副署长也有提到，昨天已经公告。碳盘查的一个方式，而且唯一的一种方式，这样产业界就能够很清楚怎么去做它的碳盘查哈。那辅导对象当然就是环保署纳管的事业及它的供应链，那协助企业因应国际的减碳需求。刚刚也讲到，就是说第一批48家，有钢铁业、石油炼制业、发电业，还有水泥业。及半导体业、薄膜、电晶、液晶、显示器，这第一批的话，最主要还是以化石燃料燃烧的，年排放在2.5万吨以上的48家哈。这48家一共是占了我们比例是71%哈。那第二批的44家，当然就是说，除了化石燃料燃烧以外，还有使用电力，但是这个年排放量虽然在2.5万吨以上。但是它只占了我们的排放量的4%，所以这些碳盘查的一个措施呢，我们会在明年1月1号开始上路。那我们可以看到，要打造低碳的社区，低碳的产业链，那我们必须要有一些创新的科技。那现在我们看到，就是说，在国外氢能已经非常在发展了哈，尤其在移动污染源的部分哈。那今年之前我有听过，就是说在英国他们对在这次格拉斯哥的一个 COP26 的那个车辆移动污染源的移动车辆的部分、运具的部分呢，他们其实是用移动的氢能去灌这个氢能以后，让这个车辆能够去行驶到格拉斯哥哈。那其实走的路也是非常远，那希望就是说在这一个打造氢能车辆的部分能够普遍化、普及化哈。那在我们国内的部分呢，氢气最主要我们在钢铁业的部分，希望能够以喷氢取代喷煤哈。那电厂发电还有住宅供热及氢能运具燃料的部分，但是氢能运具目前好像才在启蒙的一个阶段哈。希望我们能够尽快能够在我们的移动车辆的部分能够达到这一部分。那氢呢，有分为灰氢、蓝氢、绿氢，还有蓝绿氢。主要的绿氢是在再生能源的电力、电解水所产生的氢气，它是没有含碳的哈，没有含碳的，所以它其实是比较 目前来讲它是比较难达到的一个方向。目前可能应该是蓝绿氢可能在走的路线会比较稳定一点。接着，所谓创新科技，除了氢能的冶炼或者是技术以外呢，我们有碳捕捉 CCUS。碳捕捉、封存、再利用的方式，好，这个排放源在电厂、钢铁厂、石化厂，还有造纸厂。那方式呢，当然是以吸收、吸附薄膜的方式，经过压缩、液化处理以后，我们运送。运送在封存的方式，我们包括在陆地或海洋，或者是矿物、生物等方式。在再利用的部分呢，我们直接会产生所谓的发泡剂、碳酸饮料的二氧化碳，还有微藻的培育。在间接的部分呢，我们会有一些尿素、生质酒精、航空燃油及合成气这些来做再利用。好，我们看到，我们高雄的钢化联产就是一个产业聚落，把我们相关的二氧化碳能够供为隔壁产业能够去使用的，包括我们中钢跟中油互相的合作。还有台塑人武厂，好，我们也有去过台塑人武厂，它的固碳的一个厂址哈。那这个部分目前，我记得我看到的部分还是只能制成甲烷，好，他们希望能够再提升，能够制成烷烃类，那作为他们所谓的石化的一个产品或原料哈。这个氢能冶炼的部分，刚刚我们已经讲过，包括中钢的一个炼煤过程的。炼钢过程的一个还原剂哈，那在零碳高炉部分也希望能够把零碳高炉转为低碳高炉转为零碳高炉哈。那循环经济再利用的部分，这个早上我在隔壁循环经济这一部分也有讲到，我们一年所产生的底渣就是我们四座焚化炉一年所产生的底渣在20到25万吨左右，这些底渣。以前可能我们叫掩埋在我们的掩埋场，但是呢，现在我们把它制成一些再利用的产品，可以做成所谓的管沟，还有路基填筑的一个公共工程。这连续3年，我们的底渣全部再利用哈，这个是循环经济的一部分哈。那在早渣早液再利用的部分，畜牧业沼气发电，这个也是我们目前一直在推的哈。那目前我们在内门也有。成立一个能源生质能中心哈，希望就是说这些早渣早液能够把这些畜牧业分料能够把它发电哈。那目前应该是在今年可以完工哈。那在农膜回收的部分呢，我们统一交付以后，是可以做成塑胶粒哈。这个目前在旗山、美浓、内门这一部分，我们都有做这方面的努力，也有一些成果出来。在能资源整合的部分哈，我们早上一直都有在讲，在产业群聚的部分，将过剩的蒸汽能够在产业互相能够互通有无哈，那达到3-1的效果。那整合了13家工厂哈，那达到减量的38万吨的二氧化碳。在生活转型的部分呢，我们可以从3个面向来做呈现哈。第一个就是所谓的建筑能效，怎么提升建筑能效？第二个，运输形态的改变。那运输形态的改变要怎么样去做？那我们当然就是要建置一些智能的运输使用方式。那这样子的话，怎么去串联所谓的轻轨，或者是捷运，或者是脚踏车，或者是公司的交通车？这样子整个生活形态才会去改变。第3个就是未来生活的模式。那最主要减碳的作为有3大面向哈，包括政府支持跟投资的占了40%。第2个，在民众相关的部分，我们怎么去装设所谓太阳能热水器啦，或者是购买电动车这些不一样的行为模式的话，我们占了55%。那对于自身怎么去选择绿色的旅游或者是绿色商品这些，我们占了8%哈。在住商的部分呢，当然我们刚刚有讲到，就是说在住商结构排放的话，占了我们本市的9.2% 哈，9.2% 大概我们排放的量一年是大概是490万吨左右，就是说 在5331万吨里面的9.2%是占了490万吨。那最主要的，我们还是以电力使用为主，因为我们在家里住商里面使用的电力最多，次要的才是燃料哈。那怎么去改变？我们希望就是说，透过一些科技的研发，将氢能能够让我们的住商能够在我们家里能够提供一些热源哈。那当然减量措施包括的高雄处4.0，还有立体的绿化，还有绿能的屋顶，还有建筑物的节能，提升所谓能源的效率。在交通的部分呢，我们道路运输占了98%，那交通结构排放结构呢，在本市是占了7.2%，7.2代表我们排放量大概是只有405万吨哈。那这一些交通呢，我们燃料主要还是以汽油跟柴油为主。那未来我们希望在2050年能够将氢能还有电力燃料能够提升到70%哈，能够提升到70%。所以未来我们大众捷运系统还有私有运具怎么电动化或低碳化或共享运具的方式来进行减碳的一个措施哈。这是我们高雄处的4.0，还有建筑物节能，还有住商节能辅导的一个情形。接着下来是我们运具哈，就是捷运、轻轨、运具电动化、共享运具，还有汰换老旧柴油车的一个画面哈。接着我们可以看到，我们怎么让我们的近邻生活模式可以去改变。除了在采购的部分，在饮食的部分，在居住的部分，在旅游的部分，还有公民对谈的部分，怎么去改变推动这个生活模式？我们希望有建构共同的目标、共同的责任及共同行动，达到我们的绿色共识。希望我们能够在化冲突为机会的一个社会工程中，达到我们近邻生活的模式。接着我们看到社会转型，社会转型就是协助弱势，不遗漏任何人哈。我们希望以近邻的教育、近邻的基金、公民的参与，还有绿色的金融，哈，达到我们公正转型的一个目的。最后，我必须要告诉大家，我们高雄近邻必须要达到永续，我们必须要建制我们城市管理的自治条例，还有高雄近邻的路径，还有近邻的策略。当然，我们还需要有一些低碳、循环、负碳、社会科学及永续能源的科技策略引导下，让我们走向近邻永续的港都。谢谢，以上是我的报告。
我们谢谢张局长刚刚的报告跟分享哈。那从张局长的报告有关我们高雄的近邻的对策里面，从能源转型，从产业转型，从生活到社会转型，也兼顾了 ESG 的3个层面哈。所以表示我们高雄在近邻这个对策方面的层面兼顾的很广。那因为我们高雄是产业最重要，尤其是台湾的重镇，所以在张局长的分享里面，我们的产业的转型最主要有3大块，一个是能源的有效应用，一个是循环经济相关的一些策略哈。那循环经济它的基础牵涉到6R 哈，就是所谓的 reduce、reuse、recycle、recovery、redesign、remanufacturing。那刚刚张局长介绍了6R，我们高雄也都整个都一起考虑了。那能源的效率，现在全世界最主要的发展是氢能的发展，在我们高雄的对策也整个都考虑了。但是不管怎么样转型，最重要的还要去做减碳的负碳技术哈。在我们的局长介绍里面，我们减碳的负碳技术，一个就是自然的碳汇，就是所谓的森林或者是燃碳这种相关的。那另外一个 就是科技的进展。那刚刚张局长介绍说，整个的发展我们考虑到 CCUS。那提到 CCUS， 提到氢能，那我们还有能源的效率最具代表性的，像我们高雄有2家企业，那我们第一家企业就是我们中钢公司哈。那接下来由中钢的吴处长为我们分享中钢在有关产业转型，包括氢能、包括 CCUS 高效能源效率的一些分享那我们欢迎吴处长OK。
好，谢谢那个主持人还有张局长，还有洪副总，还有各位在座的先进，大家午安那其实这个下午的这个场次一向都是很辛苦了那还好有我们那个张局长这个非常活泼的一个演讲帮大家这个精神给提起来了不然的话我们讲不要大家都这个打瞌睡了不好意思。好，那我们今天我是中钢环保处的吴一鸣那今天很开心可以跟各位来分享一下中钢在推动这个净零转型，或是说我们其实在推动这个2050净零排碳的一个努力的一个经验当然这个部分目前还在 on the way 了目前还在努力的推动中但是就是就至少就目前我们的一个经验能跟各位做个分享好，那OK， 所以今天大概简报大概分成4个部分，大概分成4个部分，那跟各位介绍一下中钢的一些相关的资讯，然后在其他国际钢厂的一些他们的做法，然后还有中钢的一个规划，最后一个简单的一个结语。好，那首先是在中钢的简介的部分那中钢成立于这个民国60年那我们员工大概1万人左右那每年生产大概1000万吨的一个粗钢那我们主要产品大概就是这讲了一堆其实跟各位报告就是大概就是有平板状的或是长条状的2种产品长条状就各位看到可能就是像那个细长型的像这个我们是没有钢筋但是大家可以想象像钢筋那样子的东西啦那之后当然可以再去加工做成各种的一个物件，下一页再报告那平板状的就是这个扁平状的这样子的产品那我们就是做成就是像钢卷那各位可以想象它就是像比如说我们的钢板那个什么那个船板或是说这个家电的那个面板等等类似这样产品那在2021年大概是60几%内销，30几%外销那因为那个2021年这个整个国际市场是比较好的所以其实外销比例稍微有比平常要高一些好，那在主要的产品刚刚提过的就钢板那其实就是像不管是结构用钢造船桥梁用的这个型钢用的这个钢板等等压力容器等等。那调钢线材呢其实就是像是螺丝螺帽这个都是用一长条再去截断之后去旋转去抛出来的那另外就像手工具这个板手啦等等那汽机车零件等等这些。那热压钢品大概就是平板状的，热压冷压大概都平板状的那只是差在这个厚度的不同热压比较厚强度比较够那冷压就是比较薄那一般我们家电汽车常看到都是冷压的一个钢品好，那其实钢铁产品跟我们生活是息息相关的啦我这边简要的报告说，其实在我们每天生产的钢铁量其实大家可以可以建造这个548座的一个埃菲尔铁塔量相当的大那平均每年要用掉这个217公斤的钢铁了那这是为什么？大家可能觉得说我没有用那么多钢铁可事实上我们生活中各种的你不管的各个用途各个地方的你出门，不管是交通工具或是说你自己开车啦，或是搭车，或是说我们去住的房子或是我们用的家电等等，其实都是要用到钢铁每个人每年就是需要使用大概217公斤的一个钢铁那钢铁材料其实大部分也都是用在建筑大概有50% 左右那其次就是像运输啦机械设备、金属其他一些金属制品金属制品就是像比如说像我们的，我举个例子，办公家具那个一个铁柜那就是金属制品好，那全球大概就业人口大概是800万人好，大概一个钢铁业的一个基本概念跟各位做个报告那接下来我们看一下这个国际先进钢厂的一个净零策略好，那在看这个个别的钢厂的之前我们先看一下这个 国际能源总署IEA 它的相关的一个报告所以 IEA 其实它在针对国际的一些能源的一些转型，它有相当多的一个报告那其中针对钢铁业它有出了一个这个技术的一个路径图来解析这个全球钢铁业可以减碳可以用的一些可行技术的一个面向那这边的2个圆圈我想大概再简要跟各位报告一下就是说左边这个讲的意思是说在2020年到2030年这10年间这个他们认为钢铁业其实可以减掉2个 gigaton， 就是20亿吨全球钢铁业可以减掉20亿吨。那这20亿吨主要的减碳会来自哪些地方对照中间这个颜色就可以看出来第一个是这个紫色的部分那紫色部分指的是就是材料应用的效率，也就是说我们透过生产品质更好、更持久的一个钢铁。其实就是大家可以少用一些钢铁了其实就是这个意思我们可以让钢铁的产品的品质更好。你比如说我的强度更高，你用比较少的钢铁也可以达到一样的强度。那我让它的耐久性更好，你就可以让时间用得更长所以这个部分43%是会来自这个部分那其中另外51%也最重要的部分，其实就是能源效率的一个提升所以在2030年以前，其实最主要的减碳还是要来自能源效率的一个提升能源效率的提升，这个大概是在2030年以前那其他都比较小，我就不赘述那另外就是在整个从2020到2050年的一个时间如果我们把这个时间轴拉长到2050年各位可以从这个图上就可以看出来，其实它最主要的一个减碳的一个面向，还是在于这个材料应用效率的提升也就是说，我们钢铁业必须致力于提升我的一个材料的一个性能让整个钢铁的这个产品的服务可以用得更久可以用得更好等等这是一个最重要的一个面向。那21% 就来自能效提升了相对的比例就比较低了另外就有其他的面向就会凸显出来了，比如说这个16% 可能就要来自于 CCS16% 来自 CCS， 这个就变成一个很重要的面向那其他像是这个电气化那氢能也占了8% 等等，生质能燃料转换等等，大概都有这些减碳的一个面向要去陆陆续续来推动好，那它对于这个净零排碳的部分大概刚 IEA 也认为我大概下面这个英文，我用上面的中文来做个说明就是说在永续的情境假设中，也就是说假设真的大家都可以去很努力的去达成这个净零排碳的这样的努力之下那2050年钢铁业的单位产品的排放强度可以减少60%，那到2070年可以减少90%。那其实 IEA 讲这句话的意思是说他认为到2070年才有办法做到净零排碳他其实讲的是这个意思但是其实这个跟我们整个国家政策、全球的一个我们全人类大家也共识要推动的目标其实是不一样的，所以其实钢铁业还是持续的投入很多的一个努力希望能够在提早把这个达成达成这个整个净零碳排的一个目标好，那我们看看国际上的几个大钢厂在目前世界上最大的这个钢铁厂是在中国在中国它的这个叫 China Baowu Group 就叫宝武钢铁了宝武集团那这个宝武它有多大呢它一年的这个产量大概1亿多吨一个钢厂一年就1亿多吨了那我们以前常常会开个玩笑说全球最大的这个钢铁生产国是中国。第2大的是河北我不知道这个大家了不了解这个意思就是说河北一个省比世界上所有其他国家的钢铁的生产都还要多中国的钢铁生产就是这么可怕它光中国一个国家占的产量占全世界大概1半左右1半左右，所以它钢铁生产是非常多那它这个最大的钢厂其实就在中国其实我记得前10大里面应该是有7个是在中国有7个是在中国，都相当的大好，那中国这边呢，它所要这个在宝武这边它有推动它的一些减碳的策略这个我等一下在后面 OK， 因为中国这边它在它的减碳的部分，它写的相对各位可以看到写的相对比较保守比较没有那么的明确那这个一向都是会有这样的情况，包括我们在国际的会议里面也比较难收集到比较明确的一个减碳资料，但是大概也看得到它原则上就是要透过智慧化来提升一些碳利用的效率然后透过一些低碳冶金的技术来加强一些减碳那另外也是再生能源啦、余热回收啦等等，大概这些那OK， 全球第2大的就是它虽然是总部是在卢森堡的阿塞洛米查 那它的公司是整个已经是全球化的公司，到处都有了哈。那相关的内容我大概等一下再做一个比较简要的一个报告。那第3个像是日本的Nippon Steel， 这把它漏掉了，不好意思。Nippon Steel 跟 JFE 哈都是日本非常有代表性的钢铁厂哈。那其实还有就是包括 POSCO 韩国的这个最大的钢厂 POSCO， 这3家钢厂其实它的在做这些近邻的规划都有类似的一些做法哈。我想我在后面的部分我再做一个介绍。好，那这边是针对这个欧洲这个阿塞罗米塔哈它的一个近邻路径哈。那我从这边其实大概简要可以看这个路径，可能这个图这样画哈，也许各位不是很清楚哈，但是我简要讲一下哈，其实它就是说哈，它在这里面就是提到它的能效提升跟智能化哈，右上角这边看到哈，然后它会使用氢能使用氢能，另外它会征用废钢那还有它会使用 CCUS 当做它的一个减碳的一个手段。最后就是它碳中和目标就是定2050大概就是这样子的一个组合啦那中间这边可能就是如果各位有兴趣可以，不管后续是不是网络上可以看得到这个简报，或是说如果各位有找到他们的那个 CSR 报告书，也都可以看得到好，那在这个日本的Nippon Steel跟其实我看一下下一页应该是这个 JFE 两家其实都很类似都很类似，就是说他们日本有一个叫Course 50的这样子一个减碳计划那这个减碳计划它最主要的主轴就是说，把这个减碳聚焦在高炉啦因为高炉就是钢铁厂里面排碳最多的一个地方那它透过把高炉的效率提升最大化把它的那个产生的这个 CO 不断的来提浓，然后回收去利用可以让这个高炉的这个排碳可以减少20到30% 的一个部分那我们在讲说要净零排碳，怎么会讲到20到30%好像有点远其实这也是有一个典故啦就是我们过去在不用走多久其实就在5年前，我们都还没有想到说要2050年要净零排碳这5年前大家都还没有想这个议题那日本这个 Course 50其实大概10几年前就已经开始在推动了。那当初大家的想法是说，就跟台湾一样嘛我们早期在定这个温管法也是2050年要减一半其实那时候整个日本他们也是这样子一个目标，2050年要减一半。我们的整个 Course 50就是瞄准在2050年要减一半这样的一个目标所以当他定了这个目标之后，他就做了这个 Course 50，各位看到为什么那个50就是这个意思那当然它还有2050年的意思了不过就是说其实它就是要透过我们不断提高效率，减个20-30%，其他部分再做一些节能，再减一些，然后剩下的怎么办？我们透过 CCS 把它剩下的做一些这个碳封存或碳利用之后，就可以达到减一半的一个目标可是当大概在2-3年前开始谈这个全球净零了之后，日本就发现，哎呀，这个 Course 50不行了Course 50不行了所以他就必须要把这个Course 50这位各位看到变成这个 Super Course 50就把它变成更厉害了变成这个 Super 了那所以就是说，它再加入了其他的元素那这个其他元素，各位如果在下面这边看到它就有更多的这个项目会加进来，比如说我这边有圈起来的上面这边有提到这个要去使用这个氢能来做这个直接还原产生这个氢能的一个还原的一个铁然后再照他们的制程来使用。那下面就是增加使用一些废钢啦或是低碳的一个能源呐还有 CCU、CCS 等等这些技术都纳进来了所以这就跟刚刚这个讲的，其实到最后发现又都是类似的一个项目好，那下一页这个 JFE 是类似的，我就不再赘述好，那韩国其实也是一样，它的路径就相对就很简单很简单，就1、2、3、4、5大概是这样子提升能效这个大家知道，我们不断制程去做节能那高炉喷氢就是说我在把高炉彻底的转换成用这个我们的氢气冶炼的这个速炉之前呢，我在那之前我先用高炉里面喷氢来减少我的煤炭的使用这是它的一个路径。然后接下来是征用废钢，这是在转炉征用废钢或是设置电炉等等这样的做法那 CCUS 就是把这些碳拿去做一些应用或是封存。那最后最主要的还是要靠引进氢能炼铁的技术才能够达成这个最后这个净零碳排的一个目标所以在 POSCO 它也是定2050年要达成这个碳中和，但是呢，在2040年在2030年减20%，以及2040年减50%大概有这样子的一个目标。好，那我把这些做一个总结各位可以看到大概就是说几个全球主要钢厂大概就是把2050年当做一个碳中和的目标这是共通的。 那另外就是说，其实在碳捕捉、应用跟封存都是它重要的一个技术面向哈。那另外就是说呢，还有就是应用氢气来作为最后大幅减碳的一个策略，这是目前全球的一个钢厂一致共同的一个减碳的一个达到净零策略、净零排碳的一个目标、策略的一个部分哈。好，那我们再来接下来跟各位报告一下中钢是怎么做的啦哈。在讲怎么做之前，其实我们应该讲谁来做了哈，就是说你要推动一个工作。一定要先成立一个组织哈，如果没有一个组织来做这个事情的话，那这个工作就是没有人做哈，最后就是没办法做哈。所以中钢在决定要做这个事情的时候呢，其实就我们在去年的2月4号哈，就召开一个起始会，然后在当月就通过董事会通过哈，就是成立了这个中钢节能减碳及碳中和推动小组哈。那这个小组是我们董事会下面有一个功能性委员会，叫做公司治理及永续委员会哈。那它是直接在这个公司治理及永续委员会之下哈，去监督的一个委员会哈。那由我们董事长来担任负责人哈。那下面分成5个小组哈。那我们每2个月或3个月就会去召开会议来讨论说在各个面向推动的一个进展哈。那这个事情就说起来就很辛苦了哈，因为每2、3个月就要去跟董事长报告这个事情，然后报告完呢，还要去跟董事会报告哈，就是因为这一路往上就到董事会去报告哈，所以这个大家就是会真的有这样的组织在推动，就变成说公司治理的一个部分了哈，大家就当作是一个很重要的一个工作在推动哈。好，那所以在这个时候呢，我们就把这个公司的短中长期的目标就给定下来了哈。那长期的目标当然就是2050年要达成这个碳中和哈。那这个当然是这个国家政策全球的一个目标哈。那但是在短中期的目标呢，这个也是需要的哈。那在短期的目标部分，我先跟报告就是说哈，其实在中钢为什么要定这个2018年为基准年哈？因为在前年底哈，也是2020年的年底的部分，其实那时候工业局有找我们国内的几个大的工业哈，大家去检讨说，这个是不是我们来定个2025年的目标啦哈？2025年的目标哈，那这个目标呢，就由工业局来提出来找大家协商说，希望就是以这个2018年为基准年，然后在2025年就减7%哈。所以中钢在那个时候就已经承诺了工业局哈，我就把这个短期目标给定下来了哈。那接下来我们要定中期的目标，当然就是基准年我就没有去动了哈，我就把这个2018年继续用，那我们就以这个22% 哈来定我们这个2030年的一个目标哈。那这个2030年的目标，其实我们也是去评估了哈，各种目前这相关的一些减碳技术在短中期内哈可以去达成的一个面向。另外就是说国际钢厂相关的一个目标的一个跟大家比较接近的一个目标的一个范围哈。好，那中钢其实在订定这个目标之后，也有参与了包括说是这个怎么在简大使那边哈所成立了一个台湾净零行动联盟，以及我们高雄市政府这边所成立的一个产业净零大联盟哈，都有加入哈。那并且来做一个我们减碳的倡议，来以实际行动来响应这些倡议哈。好，这个就是觉得这个市长也都非常的支持这样子一个倡议哈。好，那接下来报告我们整个这个在达成这个目标的一个相关的策略哈。中钢以2018年为目标了哈，那我们2018年的这个排碳量就是2210万吨哈，2210万吨。那在这个目标之下哈，我们有去评估过哈，其实在2018年之前哈，从这个2010年到2018年这8年间呢哈，中钢在这个时候我们叫所谓的 business as usual 哈，就是在这个照常情境之下了哈。我们大概每年可以减0.65%哈，这努力去减哈，大概做一般的节能，这样1年可以减0.65%哈。那为了达成跟经济部承诺了这个1年减1%，其实我就需要更多的努力了哈。这个部分就觉得我们是自己认为说这样子，努力去每年减1%哈，其实是一个相当也是一个挑战哈，就是要达成一个目标哈。但是在这个阶段，其实我们还是以这个能源效率提升为主哈，要搭配一部分的这个再生能源的一个使用哈，这样子。但是呢，再往下哈，要到2030年这个部分，从2025到2030年的部分哈，我要达成减22% 的话呢，我等于说每年就要减3% 哈，每年就要减3% 哈，那就是相当大的一个减碳的一个幅度哈。那我们有去参考了这个各种的一个减碳的方案哈，这边有列出来大概4个主要的策略了哈。也就是说，除了这个能源效率提升以外哈，我在跟这个再生能源以外呢哈，我再叠加上去的4个主要的策略哈。 那一个就是我在转炉，我要征用废钢了哈，就是我在炼钢的时候，我可以多用一些废钢，好，那让我的这个减少我这个炼铁的部分的一个冶炼的部分哈，可以减少这个高炉这边的一个碳排放量哈。那这个部分当然是对我们的一个主要的挑战哈，就是说，那你转炉要多用废钢，那之后我在我的那个产品里面，我的成分的管控，因为废钢的成分比较不稳定了哈，我要去做这样成分的管控，就会增加一些难度哈，增加一些难度。所以呢，这个部分是目前在厂内主要研发的，我既要多用废钢，又要达成我同样需要的这些产品品质的要求哈，大概是目前我们主要研究的一个对象哈。那另外就是说在高炉添加还原铁，就是黄色这个部分哈。那还原铁是在国外可能用这个氢气，对不起，不是氢气，用那个天然气啊，天然气里面其实有一部分是氢气了哈，这样子去冶炼出来的一个还原铁。那我们从这边呢，把它添加到我们的高炉之后呢，它前段的排碳是比较低的哈，那在我们高炉就可以省掉了还原的这个排碳哈。那其实，在高炉的还原反应是里面耗能哈相当高的一个部分了哈，因为我们必须把这个铁矿里面的氧化铁哈，利用煤炭的里面的碳把它还原成铁哈元素铁，那这个部分就有相当高的一个本身就是一个还原反应的一个碳的这个消耗，另外还需要适当的一个温度来促进这样一个反应啊，所以它本身就是一个比较耗能的一个反应。那我们透过添加还原铁可以减少这个部分的一个排碳啊。那另外在高炉这边呢，我们透过喷注一部分的氢气哈，来取代我们在炉底喷的一个煤哈，那可以减少高炉的这个煤炭的使用哈。那这个部分也可以减少大概在高炉减少大概10% 至10几%、20% 这样子的一个排碳量哈，这有这样的一个潜力。好，那在高炉之后，我们到炼钢的时候呢，我们去炼钢的时候会产生一些转炉气哈等等。那这边转炉气呢产生的气体，我们就把它收集下来。啊，去做成收集之后到下游去使用哈，这所谓的钢化联产哈。那这个部分我等一下后面会有一页再特别来介绍哈。那透过这些的一个技术的一个策略的一个使用啦，我们预计在2030年之前达成这个减22%，看起来是没有问题的哈，看起来是没有问题的。那另外就是说，在2030年之后啊，能够采用的这个策略哈，大概就必须朝向这个全氢能冶炼的制程以及使用这个 CCS 的这样做法哈，那这些部分就是还有部分就其实真的是需要去做一些研发的工作哈。那这个部分其实目前来讲不确定性比较高哈，我可能就这个虽然技术有朝这样的方向在努力，在研发当中，但是我现在可能我就不再花太多时间去赘述这个部分，去说明这个部分哈。好，那这边主要是我们的整个技术路径，我想这部分给各位参考啦哈。简单的讲起来就是说哈，我们的终极路径就是必须要用绿电加以氢代碳加上 CCUS 这样的路径哈，来达成我的净零排碳目标哈。那另外就是说，如果从右边这边来看，各位可以看到哈，我有一个直接还原路径哈，直接还原路径那就是用氢气直接还原来炼铁，最后铁再利用这个电炉哈，把它加热熔之后来进行一个冶炼哈，这个是我们一个路径1啦哈。那路径2就是高炉转炉的路径哈。那如果使用高炉转炉的路径的话，我就是必须透过，比如说像目前的里面就是说，除了添加一部分的还原铁之外，那另外呢，在高炉里面喷氢，哈，那在高炉里面喷氢，另外呢，在这个高炉上面的这个气体哈，我们去回收，不管是高炉气、转炉气，回收之后去做钢化联产哈。我大概简要这样介绍了哈，因为这个图其实主要是技术路径的部分，我就不要去花太多时间哈。但是其实在这个部分，我们都会面临相关技术资源成本的挑战哈，我们后续再做一个报告。好，那其实这个接下来就是讲一些目前已经在推动中的一些方案哈，跟各位做个介绍哈。那刚才不管是刚刚其实局长也有介绍到哈，中钢这边目前都有在推动一些跟我们邻近的一些企业哈，不管是中油啦哈、李长荣啦、这个中石化等等，做一些区域能资源整合的一些工作哈。那是怎么做的呢？其实很简单哈，就是说哈，中钢在生产过程中，我们有很多高温高热的一个区域哈。它在降温过程中，我们把它这个余热就把它回收起来哈。那这个热呢，就可以作为其他工厂用的能源啦，就是这样子。我把它做成蒸汽，送给附近的一个工厂去使用哈，那它就可以不用锅炉了哈，它就不需要锅炉了哈，那就可以减少这个锅炉的一个排碳量，大概是这个意思哈。这样双方的合作的情况之下，其实我常常讲说，用中钢的蒸汽哈，比自己烧锅炉还要稳定了哈。为什么？你锅炉哈每年都还要 每年都还要定修哈，那还会有公安的问题哈。那其实，在用中钢的哈，在公安是在中钢这边嘛哈，那中钢系统很大哈，不管怎么样哈，蒸汽都是有哈，即便有什么大修到处在大修的，但是总是那个铺是很大的，所以蒸汽都不会缺哈，所以大概是有这样子的一个好处哈。这区域能源资源整合哈，其实目前我们每年就可以减掉大概30-40万吨的一个 CO2 在这个区域里面，大家共同来减掉这个30-40万吨的 CO2 的排放哈。这是在区域能源整合系统，我不去已经推动了很久的一个系统，好，那我就不去特别讲。但是在里面刚刚讲这个钢化联产，其实就是一个类似的概念哈。那中钢呢有产出了这个 CO， 好，那 CO 经过我从讲一下原本的传统路径哈，它经过这个化工业，它很需要用天然气、煤炭或石油去产生这个 CO， 然后最后来做了它的原料。那中钢呢，因为在我们的生产制程就可以把这个 CO 呢会排放这个 CO， 我们就可以把它抓下来纯化之后供给这个化工业来作为它的一个原料哈。那这个部分就可以减少到上面这个传统路径的一个使用哈，那大家的一个结合就可以减少整个 CO2 的一个排放，就跟刚刚提到的这个区域能源整合是类似的一个原理哈。好，那目前在中钢里面推动一些节能的一个方案哈，这边也有几个跟各位报告一下，就是第一个是这个我们转炉的一个废热回收系统哈，转炉就是说我在炼钢的过程是用转炉哈，那转炉里面的钢液、铁水都是一体的哈，那我转炉的目的就是要吹氧气，把铁水里面的碳把它烧掉，它就会变成钢，大概是主要的目的是这样子哈。那这个过程中很多的 CO 哈，很多的这些就烧了之后会跑出来哈。那刚刚讲 CO 就抓去当这个钢化联产的嘛哈。但是在这个过程中，它本身的一个显热哈，它排出来的气体显热排气是在1300度左右的一个高温哈。那这个时候我们可以把它透过这个热交换系统把它给抓下来哈。那它的热我们就可以回收来产生蒸汽啊，就是刚刚做的区域能源整合的蒸汽一部分就是从这边来的哈。那就是相当好的一个能源回收的一个系统哈。这是我们的这个转炉的这个我们叫 OG boiler 哈 ，off gas 的一个 boiler 哈。那另外在炼焦的干式淬火设备这个部分哈，我想这边也跟各位报告一下，各位可以看到右下角那个图哈，有2个图哈。那旧的湿式淬火哈，就是说我们炼焦出来的煤炭，它已经变成焦炭了，可是它是1000多度红质的一个焦炭哈。那红质的焦炭你要怎么样让它冷却下来？过去就是说我用很多的水把它给喷下去哈，它就变成了水蒸气，整个跑起来了哈。过去都是这样子哈。那当然在上来的过程中，虽然说努力的去做防治，难免就会有一些粉尘跟着上来了哈。那所以一些会有粉尘的逸散。但是最主要的其实是能源的浪费了哈，能源的浪费哈。那我们现在做成干式的，就是如同右下角右边这个图哈，它就是把这个我们装焦炭那个容器哈，直接把它送到一个密闭的一个系统里面，然后这系统里面怎么样？我充氮气，让这个火熄掉。那熄掉之后，这个氮气变得很热，我循环，然后拿这个氮气来加热我的锅炉，产生蒸汽。蒸汽呢，再来推动发电机哈。大概我们是这样子的一个过程哈。那这样一个过程可以产生相当大的一个减碳的一个效果哈。像我们现在正在建制中的这个1、2阶炼焦的一个太旧换新哈，它这个焦炭干式淬火设备1年可以减少10几万吨，大概12、13万吨，对不起，大概11万吨多的一个 CO2 的一个排放量可以减下来哈，这是相当多的一个减碳量哈。那如果说它可以做成，如果它不要去发电，它拿这个蒸汽来外售，它会有更好的效果的哈。不过前提是要有人要使用这个蒸汽的哈，因为蒸汽还是要供需双方的一个问题哦。好，那这边我再往下哈。那另外就是我们即便是在像刚刚是这个废热回收的部分，那做了其实我们在高炉里面哈，炉顶压哈，我们都是会回收的哈，就是我高炉要吹气进去，让它有压力可以去通过这个高炉哈。那通过之后，剩下的压力我们都设法把它回收回来哈，利用它来推动一些涡轮机哈，来产生这个发电哈，来发电再把这个热压力呢尽量的回收回来哈，这个都是有持续在做的哈，也都是目前我们已经完成了一些减碳的方案哈。好，那在减碳的方案之外呢哈，另外就是说我们在一些排碳量的一些管理啦哈，就是说过去我们可能CO2 的盘查可能每年一次哈。可能每年一次，那一次就是可能每年度过了开始盘查，盘查完之后，请外部查证，然后之后向环保署申报。好，那这1年一次，我们可能很难去做一些管理了哈，就是说你出来就知道结果了哈，那结果就是去年的结果，你也很难去做管理哈。 那如果我们定了年度的目标，那你出来就只剩下知道结果了，已经没办法去改变了哈。所以中钢呢，就依照过去的经验，我有哪些项目需要盘查，我先把它电脑化。哪些项目的东西就是我平常都是透过电脑里面固定去抓那几项，我现在要写一个程式，把这些项目呢，每年度的部分我就可以用这个按一下，我按一个钮，这些项目就做出来了，就把这个排碳量做出来了。那接下来呢，我就把东西再简化，再精致化，怎么做呢？我每个月就盘查一次哈。那我的排碳系数其实是在每年的盘查里面，排放系数是要花最多时间的了哈。那我现在每月的呢，我排放系数我就比照旧的部分的排碳系数，我把这个部分呢，一样是参考旧的排放系数，它新的活动强度加的时候，每个月就可以出来一次的我公司的一个排碳量那这样子累加，我可以知道我每个月有没有达成目标，我年度能不能达成目标，我就可以提早做一个管控让公司里面可以达到这个管理的一个目的好，那因为时间好像超过了我赶快加紧脚步那好，这个我想就不讲了那我们这里面其实也做了很多这种在公司里面建置一个碳综合管理平台啦那里面做的东西很多包括这个产品排碳强度的计算，跟产品碳足迹的计算，跟制程排碳强度的计算右边这边其实都是为了符合这个 CBAM 欧盟 CBAM 的一个规划。我自己先做了反正我做整套了，等你看你要用哪一种，我都可以因应那下面有一些减碳方案的一些管理啦还有盘查的管理等等大概有相关的一些碳权的管理等相关的一些功能好，那中钢呢也召开碳综合相关的一些座谈会。让我们针对不管是集团企业或是下游客户，那未来也会针对一些我们整个钢铁业的一些会员、钢铁工会的一些会员呢，来进行一些减碳或是盘查经验的一些分享跟交流那发挥这个呢，我们从由内而外，我不敢说以大带小了但是大家一起来交流一些相关的盘查减碳的一些经验希望能够帮整个钢铁相关的产业都能够达成一些减碳的效果好，那但是在这个过程中，其实还是有一些挑战的比如说像是技术的挑战，现在减碳的技术要达到这个氢能冶炼，其实目前还是在研发中那这个技术当然未来一定有些不确定性到底未来的研发的方向是不是会如现在所预测的，就是这种氢能，或是说会有其他新技术跑出来，这是大家要去努力去突破的那资源的挑战就是说我希望使用绿氢。但是这个绿氢要哪里来那是不是就有足够的绿电来产生绿氢，或是说我要把工厂建在有绿氢的地方这个是一个大家未来要去思考的东西啦那还有成本的挑战，就是说我们要去做这样子的一个怎么讲，这样子一个投资相关的一些减碳的一些管理都会增加很多的成本，那这些成本能不能达到它的相关的一个效益这都是我们要面临的一些挑战。好，那我想最后一个简单的结语就是说，这个我想2050年碳中和这是全人类的目标了把这个目标定下来就对了那另外就是说，在我们在除了长期2050年的目标之外，还要定这个2025、2030年的目标，让我们作为我们短中期的一个努力的一个目标那事实上在定这个目标其实不难我们去参考一些先进钢厂的做法，参考大家可能会看到同业国际上先进的一些同业的做法那评估一些大概可以用的技术，其实就可以作为我们自己定目标的一个重要的一个参考那当然我们还要考虑台湾的一些客观条件等等。那最后就是说，我们所有的东西都需要一些突破性的技术来这些净零排碳需要突破性的技术来投入所以除了说定这个短中长期的这个目标与策略来推动之外那在未来长程的真的可以达到碳中和的目标，这个去这个投入之前我们持续的来在短中期来检讨排碳这个就是我们未来要去做这个整个碳中和管理的一个最重要的一个，我想这样一个阶段的一个工作以上是我的报告，谢谢各位。
刚刚非常感谢中钢的吴处长为大家分享中钢在净零永续推动的相关的一些策略那刚吴处长一直也跟我们提到很多公司在2050碳中和的目标，那为什么会这样子？因为跟温度的上升有关。各位现在可以感受到。现在温度一直在上升，尤其是很多国家都今天早上也提到40几度以上，也就是说，如果这个温度一直上升的话， 大概估计，如果不减碳，温度一直上升，大概到2100年左右，这个地球大概没办法居住人了。所以2050碳中和是全地球我们大家的责任。那为什么定2050碳中和？是希望在2050的整体要降温的整体的碳排放量，希望能够降到2005年的水准，所以才定所谓的2050的碳排放量哈。整个的规划是这样子。那再来一个，就是说除了这个全地球的我们共同的责任以外，另外我们台湾是以产业出口为导向。那产业出口为导向，我们关心的是什么？比如说像西边欧盟的所谓的我们讲的所谓碳边境关税。那欧盟在碳边境关税本来的草案，在去年的草案只有列5项，钢铁是其中的一项。但是今年6月27号正式草案通过，增加了3项，包含塑料，就是塑胶原料就一起再进来了。所以在整个对台湾的产业的发展，不只是以钢铁为主，现在连塑料都要一起进来一起考量减碳了。那欧盟大概2027年才开始正式收关税哈，所以这些整个的挑战是我们，除了我刚刚讲是全地球大家的责任，也是台湾产业的竞争力的挑战。那我们知道台塑最近的发展，除了净零永续的策略以外，台塑在2017年也开始投入所谓的 AI 的方面的发展，也就是说，台塑关系企业在净零永续及智慧的数位转型、双转型都已经开始有一些起步的一些成果。那所以接下来我们就欢迎我们的黄副总为我们分享他们在净零转型，甚至在数位转型这方面双转型的一些经验哈。那我们欢迎黄副总。
局长、主持人还有与会的先进，大家好。那非常感谢高雄市政府有这个机会让我来分享我们台塑企业针对永续发展方向的跟策略来做分享。那台塑企业为了达到永续发展，以地方共存、共荣、共生的目标，所以奠定了非常明确的方向跟策略。那首先就是建立中心理念，明确方向跟目标，来达到减碳的决心加以实践，并且设立组织架构，由上而下一条边式的全力推动。那它有奠定一些短中长期的一些策略了。那这部分来积极的来推动。那在短期跟中期这部分的话，就是持续推动厂内的一些制程改善，还有循环经济这部分一些传统式的节能提升部分。那并且导入 AI 模拟跟数位转型，来提升能源的使用效率，并且研发生产碳纤维，还有燃镁电池，还有一些环保衣等绿色产品。那推动制程端、消费端的塑胶，像保特瓶或者废渔网部分的一些循环回收再利用。那也建置了太阳能、风力、水力等再生能源。那在储能设备部分的话，有研发锂铁电池，还有储能柜，并且推动制程端跟消费端。另外在厂区还有学校的行政生活区的话，我们也检讨全面装设太阳能发电。那有一些电子产品的话，目前是也评估要购买一些绿电凭证。 那在那个长期的部分的话，持续关注并引进国际最先进的一些减碳技术，像那个氢能、氨能等无碳燃料。那另外那个研讨碳捕捉、碳利用，还有碳封存的一些技术。那并且在供应链跟原料及设备采购部分的话，也积极在跟供应商共同研拟节能可回收的产品。那我们也研议那个科学的一些基础减量目标，这部分也送 SBTi 在审查中。那在组织方面的话，台塑企业节能减碳循环经济推动组织，这是在民国在2006年成立。那当时是由总裁亲任召集人，那4大公司董事长有一同参与，定期开会检讨，所以是采取由上而下一条边式的全力推动。那在麦寮厂区的部分的话，总裁每2个月会亲自主持那个节能减排的循环经济推动情形检讨，那把一些好的案例再推动到其他的厂区。那在2020年的话，扩大为台塑企业的 ESG 推动组织。那除了原来的安慰环节能减碳外，有增加产销、财务、人事等机能。那这部分的话，来统筹全企业的 ESG 的工作推动、辅导跟稽核，那来兼顾环境保护，还有那个社会公益跟那个公司治理等方面的一些推动。那在去年10月的话，我们总裁已经有宣示，那个台塑企业是在2025年要朝碳中和的目标迈进。那整个企业的排量跟那个整个台湾是一样的，是在2007年是达到那个最高峰6148万吨。那虽然产量有在提升，但是在各单位的积极的一些努力之下，已经在2020年是已经降到5183万吨，那降幅差不多15.7%。那所以我们把2007年那个碳达峰的情形的话，是当成我们的那个基准年，所以我们设定短期是在2025年的话要再减碳20%，那在2030年是在30%，那长期的话就是2050年达到碳中和的目标。那相关的一些那个排放的话，我们是都有经过那个 BSI 跟那个 SGS 等第三方公证的单位有查看过。那这个是我们整个企业的历年的一个趋势图。那整个在最高峰是在2007年，那在那个2020年是降到那个5183万吨，那是在设定到2050年是达到碳中和。那这个是我们企业各公司的每年的排碳的情形的话，这个可以让那个各位参考。那刚刚有说到我们那个2025年是要减碳20%，那这些还要再减碳差不多260万吨。那目前的话，其实这260万吨我们都是有方案已经有方案有对策了，所以这部分的话，各单位已经把他们的一些想法的话都已经那个纳到电脑去做管控进度。那主要有几个项目，第一个是燃煤朝向低零碳那个能源的转型。这部分的话是林口跟树林工厂那个就是煤转气。那另外，我们在那个的话已经有实施内部的碳定价，也就是以参考价，如果那个设定那个碳费是100块，那这部分的话，我们每个月会纳到我们财务报表里面去做检讨。那设置再生能源的话，我们预估可以再设置那个太阳能的话，还有那个可以减少9万吨。那这个是短期的各公司的一些那个方案的项目，请供参考。那在2030年的话，我们要减碳30%，那这部分我们预估的话还要再减碳922万吨。那这部分大概也有几个方向，最大宗的话就是我们的麦寮气电是目前是要那个燃煤改成天然气，那目前是在那个环评审查中。如果环评审查通过，那跟台电的购电合约那个签好的话，那预估是在2028年可以商转。那这部分如果商转的话，预估可以减碳609万吨。这个是那个整个中期的一些细项，请参考。 那2031年到2050年这部分的话，就是比较长期的话，目前是大概还是要靠一些新能源技术的那个发展呢，就像那个氢能、氨能或者是碳封存这部分的一些方式才有可能。那这部分可能就是要等那个技术成熟之后才比较有方法。那刚刚有讲到我们的一些节能减碳的绩效，其实这个部分的话，我们是延续2位创办人的精神。那经营团队锲而不舍，创新突破，才能维持稳健的经营。那所以刚刚那成效不是一触可及的，是分好几个阶段来达成的。我们是从那个1993年就推动那个5S 的管理，也就是整理、整顿、清扫、清洁还有素养。那在那个1999年的时候，开始推动3点不漏，也就是不漏那个制成器内的话，不漏气、不漏水，还有不漏油，那达到友善环境跟增加雨水回收的目的。那麦寮园区来为例的话，那个我们2021年的话，每日的雨水的话，可以那个收集那个2万吨左右，那这部分可供给厂区员工差不多有1.3万名员工的话，可以3星期的生活用水量。那我们是从2006年成立那个节能减排小组，那到那个集中我们企业一些有那个用水、用电还有蒸汽一些专业的同仁到各厂去做那个辅导。那这部分的话，以麦寮厂区为例的话，到2021年已经有完成节水案是2565件，那节能案超过9000多件。那2010年的话，开始依照原物料、水资源还有那个能源这部分，还有废弃物4大循环来共同思考，那推动跨厂区、跨公司的能源资源整合，以达到节能减排及能源使用效率的提升。那以麦寮园区水资源循环为例，我们1滴水客是可以循环使用那个7.3次。那总共我们的一些改善案的话，已经有投入344亿元，每年的效益大概有335亿元左右。那在2017年的话，我们企业有那个捐助那个中研院有3000万元，那协助成立那个人工智慧学校，并且派同仁到那边去受训。那到2021年12月底的话，已经有406位同仁前去受训。那这部分我们是认为一些 AI 技术的话，还是要自己那个同仁他因为懂得制程要去开发的话比较方便，所以我们积极派同仁去受训。那到2021年12月30日的话，已经有完成那个 AI 的立案有898件，那大概投入那个20.7亿元，那我们预估年效益可以达到那个50.9亿元。另外就是2021年7月的话，开始推动那个 AI 加模拟，那因为 AI 是用大数据来优化制程，那模拟是比较偏向于那个化工理论，我们是2个结合之后来做一些改善的话，才可能那个把整个那个生产效益来做提升。那在2020年9月24号开始的话，我们总裁宣誓正式那个全力推动那个思维转型。那刚刚有讲到我们那个企业的一些循环经济的一些推动情形，那台塑企业在麦寮厂区有一个优点，是因为它厂数多，我们那里面大概有60几个厂，所以它要那个推动整个一些那个废弃物的那个循环的话，是还有其他厂处可以去做回收。那我这边是有用一个那个蒸天村厂为例，原来的蒸天厂是它只做内部的改善，那到2010年后，我们那个到各厂去检讨之后，发现还有很多可以去做循环回收的。那这个图里面像虚线的话，就是它代表那个原来就已经有供给的。那实线这部分本来是原来要排掉的一些废气或者是废弃物，那经过整合之后，它就可以去做再利用。像原来那个原物料循环这块的话，本来有一些那个南亚那个益生厂要排掉的一些 CO2 的话，它就整合到那个蒸蒸厂去做使用。那另外，它蒸蒸厂的那个蒸丁醇 就送到那个南亚的乙二村场去做使用。经过这样不断的努力的话，把整个那个新管这部分都要做得更好。那这个部分是我们整个排碳量的历年趋势，所以整个排碳的情形是到2007年到2020年是降15.7%。那这个是整个我们的用水量的一些降低情形的话，那单位用水量那个降低差不多23%，那单位用气量的话降低差不多18%，单位用电量差不多降低17%。那接下来我针对我们一些节能减碳的一些那个情形的话，大概有举9个那个案例那个例子来跟大家分享。那个第一个就是那个废气回收这部分，早期那个废气的话，如果使用过剩的话，就是会透过弗雷尔排掉，所以早期的话，不管是我们企业或者中油的话，会时常看到那个弗雷尔会有烟，所以经过我们去做整合的话，把这些废气的话，就是如果自己没有使用完的话，我们就会把它那个跟其他公司或者其他厂的话去做整合，把原来需要的一些燃料，像那个用煤炭或者用燃油的话，或者一些用气体的话，我们会把它建议把它导到其他厂去做使用。所以我们在2011年是排放量是最大的，那个是达到25851那个万那个 normal， 那降到那个去年的话已经降到差不多898万 normal 左右，那这部分的话降幅那个95.7%。那这部分的话，目前的一些排放的情形，是因为我们要定减税收，因为考虑安全的因素，所以一定要排放。那这部分我们还是要检讨，看是不是可以再另外用一些暂存草线暂存起来去做回收。那刚刚讲的一些燃料去做回收的话，大概有几个大部分的，像第一个就是塑化公司的那个西景部的一些过剩燃料气本来就排放掉，那后来回收到那个台塑、南亚还有塑化，还有一些公用厂去做整合。那还有塑化炼油厂的一些加压尾气也回收回来。那台湾那个阿诺玛的一些尾气也去做回收，所以这部分的话，其实整个效益是蛮高的。那个第二大部分是那个燃煤改燃气部分的，那个这部分的话是有林口厂区跟树林厂区一些那个锅炉的话，本来是燃煤的话就都改成燃气。那另外燃油的话改成燃气的话，台塑、南亚、台化也有在做改善。另外的话，在麦寮园区有一些部分制成有产生的一些那个高浓度的 CO2 的话，本来找不到气化产出的话，就是直接排放掉。后来我们去做整合的话，作为其他厂的一些原料，那最大宗的话就是乙二村厂供给那个长春石化来使用。另外在那个生活垃圾这部分，我们原来是协助那个麦寮乡跟台西乡的生活垃圾，那后来是云林县都是其他乡镇的都送到那个其他县市去处理。那后面因为现在一些氟钠卤在烧的话有一些问题，所以现在目前他们没办法气化。那他们有引进那个 GWS 系统，就是零废弃系统，那产生的一些那个 RDF 的话，就送到我们那个公用市场去做燃料使用。第五个部分是那个再生能源部分的话，我们到2021年那个为止的话，已经有设置2.9万吨 kW 的再生能源。那这部分有包含太阳能，还有风力，还有水力。那目前还有规划建制的太阳能有106那个 MWP 左右。那这部分的话，预估可以减碳超过12.15万吨。因为那个运输这部分的排碳量，其实占我们台湾的一些排碳量差不多那个20% 左右。那我们为了那个降低那个运输部分的那个排碳的话，我们有补助我们的员工做那个购买电动机车。那如果是新购买的话，我们是 一台的话补助1万块。那如果是以旧的换那个新的话，我们是一台补助1万6。那目前为止的话，已经有差不多买了1000台左右。那第7部分是有关于那个塑胶回收这个循环再利用的部分。那我大概有举3个案例。第一个就是回收保特瓶再制为那个平用粒子，这个部分是由南亚公司来研发。那他把那个作为那个瓶片来做稳定的来源跟品质。那这部分的话，最终是做成环保衣。第二个是那个台化公司，他去做那个废衣网跟废壳绳的一个再制为环保丝来做环保衣。那第3个是台塑的弹性纤维那个废砂的回收再制。另外我们也有布局那个新能源这部分了。那这部分的话，我们在今年也成立那个新智能科技公司。那最主要，它有规划要跨入节能、储能，还有新能源跟循环再利用等4大领域。那这部分的话，节能是开发不同的能源使用场域的节能与智慧能量回收系统。那储能的部分的话，就是那个建构那个电池电控与安全模组的技术核心。那新能源的话，就是投入那个风力、太阳能发展，那还有那个开发智慧网的控制系统。在循环再利用部分的话，就是发展锂电池的回收技术。另外，在那个碳捕捉跟碳通统这部分的话，目前我们是在那个碳捕捉部分是有跟那个清华大学还有成大跟工研院有在合作这部分。尤其是那个台塑这部分，在那个仁武厂这边也有一个模组厂。那另外我们塑化公司也跟中央大学有合作，要去那个做碳封存的一个那个可行性研究。那这个是那个台塑仁武厂的一个那个模组的一个实厂。那我们除了自己的一些改善以外，我们也一直在跟那个一些国际一些那个做接轨。那第一个就是在跟那个 CDP 那个气候变迁这部分呢，我们也去跟他们做评比。那目前的话，我们大概都是在领导，在国内的话都在领导级的。那在国际部分的话，有24家的那个化学品的话，我们也都在领导级。那水接的这部分的话，我们那个有6家都在领导级。那另外在那个跟那个化学品 A 的话，我们也都是在那个领导的 A 级。那为了要让那个利害关系人能充分了解那个台塑企业的一些节能减排的努力跟成效啊，也让大家知道他们的风险跟那个一些那个机会的一些管理能力，所以我们有9家上市公司都有那个依据那个 TCFD 的架构哈，有公布发行，在那个8月就开始公布了。另外，在那个科学化基础减碳目标部分的话，我们都已经有送件。那目前的话，因为那个台塑塑化，它是把它定义成那个油漆类，还没有接受以外，其他有7家上市公司都已经有那个通过审查，那也在认证中。那在结论部分的话，我在这边呼吁我们那个总裁对那个循环经济部的一个那个最高的指导原则了。他是说，推动节能减碳，循环经济最大的受益者就是我们企业本身了。那不管是从原料的减量，从能源的使用，从产品的安全，还有员工、社区居民的环境保障中都可以创造出有形无形的一些收益了。那这部分除了间接造福社会，造福附近地区的繁荣，节能减排是一条企业永续发展必经的路。以上报告。
黄副总。小心，小心。那放掉了，所以4个椅子就好，凑一个。好，刚刚非常感谢哈，这个3位 speaker 哈，分别从高雄市的那个推动的一些策略，然后中钢、台塑的一些经验的分享啊。那接下来的20分钟。就是类似跟在场的各位这个贵宾哈，大家彼此的互动，或是有一些想要进一步了解的，或者是3位 speaker 有没有进一步补充的，那我们就这20分钟哈。OK， 不晓得在座各位有没有？那局长有没有补充的？
谢谢主持人哈。我想哈，在我们近邻的一个探讨过程当中啊，其实我们会发现哈，很多再生的产品或者是必须要再利用的产品，其实它付出的价格其实不会比原生产品还多，但是它减少了所谓原料的使用，这一部分呢，可能很多产业都会提出质疑。好，为什么我们要用再生的产品？好，那最主要我们达到的是碳减量的目标了哈。那现在我觉得产业界目前在达成共识这方面，还需要大家一起来努力。那为什么我们今天要倡议，要去做这一部分的论坛的论调？让大家能够有一个共识出来哈，所以我想在这边CT 的产业界里面，不晓得你们在执行过程当中是不是有碰到有一些困难或有一些建议可以提出来，让我们在做政策定调的时候，也有一些可以补强或者是一些周延的思考，让大家能够在我们的一个政策决定定调的时候，可以多一些思考，好，或者是在我们的近邻自治条例这一部分呢，好，大家也可以给我们一些建议，好，让这个自治条例能够更完整。好，以上是我的一个稍微的补充说明，谢谢。
谢谢局长的补充说明。不晓得在座各位对局长或是这个吴处长或是黄副总有没有要进一步？就是关心的相关的议题。那意思还没有，我们是不是吴处长有没有补充的 ？OK， 是。
好，谢谢那个主席哈。那我想这边我就先抛砖引玉了哈，因为我自己其实对这个整个减碳政策，其实我一直都有一些想法哈，就是说其实。也想跟各位来分享了哈，就是说，其实我们在推动这个减碳，或是说我要推动碳中和、净零的这样一条路上哈，我想我们政府陆陆续续一定会推出很多的一些政策哈，来促进企业哈，说是鼓励你减碳也好，或是你逼着你减碳也好了哈，反正一定陆陆续续会有很多政策会一直推出来的哈。那其实我想要提的就是说，其实当然这些政策一定会让企业减碳，但是呢，难免也会增加一些成本哈。那在这个过程中哈，可能就是要跟很多的这个不管各位先进哈，这个分享啊，就是说或是这个讨论，就是说哈，其实我们比较希望就是说政府在产业哈，它所增加的成本，或是说不管今天是电力的成本增加，或是产业的生产的成本增加哈，其实最终不好意思讲啊，这到最终当然都还是会流到这个到消费者，最后的消费者会必须去买这个单呐哈，当然是这个样子哈。那可是其实就是在这个过程中，我们要怎么样能够去确保说哈， 这个整个循环的过程，这个碳价，然后减碳成本增加，那最后使用者付费这样子的一个情况之下呢，能够让这个企业的不管是企业或是民众或整个国家，在这个过程中，大家都所承受的这个冲击，都是在一个可以接受范围之内，然后慢慢的一步一步能够达成这个往减碳、往净零的方向去走。我想这个是从欧洲他们的一些经验我们都可以看得出来就是说大家就定了很多的政策，然后让减碳，可是呢又考虑到说，这个一下子成本增加再多可能要么就是企业受不了，要么就是转嫁之后可能民众受不了像民众受不了，很简单，就是在那个澳洲的案例先前就推了碳税，最后就是民众受不了民众受不了就出状况了那其实，在欧盟他们的经验就是可能最后是企业受不了，那企业受不了就可能会发生这个所谓的碳泄漏，这就是为什么他要去做这个 C-band 的这样子的一个原因那我想说这个是可能我们就是可以提出来这个探讨，就是希望就是说，其实政府的角色就在这个过程中，希望能够把这个做一个最好的一个调和让这个整个过程能够很顺利的很这个顺利的完成这样一个转型的一个工作了让各方都能够达到一个比较好的一个，都能够持续的不会受到太大冲击，持续的可以往前一直推动下去。我想这是我们想要提的一个建议虽然这个建议好像很模糊啦那其实我想这个就是大家一起要努力的一个方向谢谢。
我们谢谢吴处长的那个补充那不晓得黄副总有没有进一步补充？对。
以台塑企业那个节能减排的经验其实节能减排不一定是一个只纯粹花钱的，所以刚刚简报里面其实花的钱每年的收益都是有收益，所以我们早期其实有一些如果一些效率不高的时候，我是建议如果那个公司或厂内真的要去评估，要去做改善，有些不该漏掉的，或者是一些那个效能，有时候像那个效率提升了几%之后，如果换算成电或者蒸汽，其实那个效益是蛮高的。其实有一些东西是不该浪费掉，但是透过这次机会把它出来，除了减碳以外，其实那个效益是有。我是建议，如果回去应该是要盘点一下自己厂内的一些设备，如果那个效能不是很高的话，我是建议。应该是做分析，如果可以的话是把它换掉了。那这是我从这边的一个建议了。那第二个那个我们针对那个塑胶回收这些循环经济部分，其实我们台塑企业也非常努力在进行。但是有一些东西，其实像刚刚我讲的一些保特瓶的回收跟会员回收，其实除了企业形象以外，其实如果从他那边去转成一些的话，回收可能还是有它的一些价值在，那个可能就是要去评估看看，如果可以的话，还是可以评估看看，这个是我这边的建议了。
黄副总的补充那除了节能减排以外，我想很多企业都关心所谓的企业在碳排放的相关的健康检查，就是盘查那我们知道，我们高雄市政府也有相关的规划有关碳盘查的服务。那这一块，局长有没有相关的补充？就是盘查方面的服务。OK。
好，谢谢那碳盘查我们预计就是说在第一批是48家，就是排碳量在我们占71%这一部分了。这48家里面会做第一批，先做这一边的碳盘查。那第二批就是44家那占4%的这一些厂商那当然，因为现在高雄市环保局也有成立净零办公室，有任何问题，产业有任何问题，可以随时电话进我们净零办公室，都有人可以跟产业界回应。我相信就是说这个问题在这边可能很多细节细项大家都不是那么清楚，可以直接去问。那当你在碰到问题的时候，所以随时打电话到我们净零办公室那另外刚刚有讲到，就是说除了刚刚黄副总所讲到，就是说我们除了减碳以外，我们还可以提升效能。那提升效能一定会有减排嘛那减排就是我们的污染物的排放这个就是在我们高雄必须要去做的一个部分。另外一个部分，地球只有一个我们就是2个地球，其实要是大家一直挥霍，其实都不够。所以我们为什么会增加成本？ 为什么会增加成本？当我们没有地球的时候，其实再多的成本都不是我们必须去考量的。我们为了我们要存在这个环境，所以我们必须要坚持下去。这是我的最后的一个建议，谢谢。
谢谢局长这方面的补充哈，是。不晓得是我们黄副总。
我这边是针对我们的一些排碳系数这部分的。第一个是排碳那个盘查的量能，盘查量能一次开放这么多，其实以目前我们国内就只有7家盘查公司，真的今年像我们已经盘查10几年了，但是今年我们就整个乱掉就对了，因为大家抢着要去盘查，结果量能不够，所以这个量能可能要稍微扩充那个注意一下。那第二个，其实你看我们公司有那个排碳量很大，但是有一些东西是电力系数的问题。如果说直接给台电购买那个电力系数是0.5，系数是0.5几，但是我们大部分都是我们都是0.8多、0.9多就对了。所以整体的我们是，所以这个以后这个可能要怎么统一？怎么呢？不要是我们当时是有一些东西是像气电工程厂或者我们自己因为自己要自己的制程要稳定，所以我们自己设置，但是导致这个整个我们电力系数太高，那些系数其实从那个系数我们就比别人算出来多了差不多，电的话就是差不多多了2、3成的了。所以这部分的话，这部分还是可能要少考量一下那个了。那另外大企业是比较有那个，因为它人员跟那个比较可能对这个减碳一些可能早期真的以大带小那。要鼓励大的要赶快去做，但是现在整个政府的政策好像大的一些减碳的话，他认为就直接减，但是一些那个投资的一些成本的话，应该是要考量这些的话，可能以后如果摊位有时候应该这部分也要考虑，鼓励大企业去做这部分的技术，那可以也给大企业去做投资，这个是我的建议。
黄副总哈。那黄副总刚刚提到所谓的盘查的那个碳排放系数相关的量能啊，一般盘查哈有2个区块，一个是组织的盘查，就是公司组织的盘查哈。那公司组织的盘查，大部分现在目前是有一个就刚局长讲的，那环保署规定的那几家排放量。另外一个就是上市上柜公司也要做温室气体的组织的盘查，那这些盘查还要经过所谓的验证哈。那目前台湾的验证机构除了国外那7个公司以外，最近也通过了3个，包括金属中心，包括好像标准局，还有工研院还是什么，有3家嘛啊。那这个诚如我们经济部曾次长讲的哈，如果你是属于国内的，例如说环保署规定的，或是上市上柜公司的，那就是好像是打国内盟哈。那这时候你可以不用去挤的去那7家，也许验证可以找国内目前刚通过的这3个法人啊。那如果你是打国际的，或是包括所谓的产品的碳盘查，那产品的碳盘查对应的可能就刚刚讲Cement，或者是国际大厂像 Apple 这些要求你要配合的，那这些可能就要由国际的这些7家的这些公司来帮你做验证哈。所以事实上依需求整个的不太一样哈。那根据我们的经验。目前为止，例如说，不管是产品盘查或是组织盘查，在范畴2里面，就刚黄副总提的，里面的范畴2里面，在电力这方面占的比例，大部分都是蛮高的哈，蛮高的。所以在这方面，就变成我们就刚张局长提了，我们要很努力的去降我们的。碳排放系数哈，现在是0.509嘛，希望往下降哈。那这个也是政府目前积极的。刚早上我提到，包括9000亿的 我记得是9000亿的这个经费的编列，其中有一部分也是很积极的要降这些排放系数哈，让我们的企业在出口能够更有竞争，或者是配合国际大厂更有竞争哈。因为现在国际大厂像 Apple 就有规范，你要接 Apple 的单，必须要满足哪些要求哈。像台湾有2家企业在包装材上面没有办法满足 Apple 的要求，去年被 Apple 踢出供应链哈。那这个对台湾的竞争是蛮忧心的。那这个是我们厂官学员会一起来努力的哈，而不是只有政府，也不是民间，因为这是要大家一起来哈。OK， 那不晓得各位还有没有其他是？好。
好，各位好，我是美容爱乡协进会前理事长李永荣。好，那刚才那个中钢还有台塑都有讲到这个他们制程的减碳的一个部分哈，但是我的观察哈，就是说在这个制程结束之后，它的产品副产品的运输都还是用柴油车、用卡车啊。那对我们高雄市的这个交通负荷还蛮大的哈。那希望说，在这个运载这个成品半成品的部分，可不可以提早去布局，用低碳排的交通运具？啊，那也当做一个示范呢。啊，因为我们市政府也有预期说，以后的公务车都用这个低碳排的运具哈。那希望说企业在这方面也能够跟进，毕竟这个柴油车在我们高雄市的这个污染贡献量啊，大概也有快20%左右，啊，这个相当高的哈。啊，那希望说在这个地方啊，就每一个点哈，每个细节我们都去注意的话，整个的效果对我们环境的效果会比较好。啊，也希望这个大家的生活是越来越向前了，不要去倒退了。好，谢谢各位。
啊，谢谢这个相关的建议啊，不晓得有没有其他也有一些。好 ，OK， 好，我们是不是先请吴处长哈？谢谢。
那个谢谢李老师哈。那其实我这边我大概简要报告一下，就是说，其实，在运输方面哈，我们也都有规划一些未来要改用，说如果说运输大概是2个啦哈，一个可能是未来是不是改成这个电动车，或者是说比较更进一步改成什么氢能的车哈。那我想氢能这个部分可能现在还比较没有那么成熟了，但是电动车的部分哈，以中钢这边来讲，其实我们是已经有规划的了哈。那确切年份我忘记是116年还是118年哈，我们可能全部的载人的车子哈，全部会改成电动车了哈。但是要做这个重型的载具哈，就是说以后要去载那些货品的那些哈，可能这个部分目前我们至少评估结果是说，好像它目前还不够成熟，可能跑不够远了哈，它的马力不够等等有这些问题哈。那这个部分当然我们也很愿意来评估了，只要说它有一个适当的一个这样子的一个车辆的车型的一个出现，我们很愿意来评估说来改用这样子的一个车辆哈。我想这个是大概企业在做这个事都必须要去做这样子的一个考量。好，谢谢。
那个运输这部分其实真的排碳量也是蛮高。那我们企业第一个就是刚刚我讲到我们电动机车这部分的补助了，就是一份心力啊，因为这个其实减碳也不属于我们企业本身的，因为也没有也没办法去申请碳权。那这个是我们自己啊。那个内部的话，我们考量大部分都是用电动车或者是那个油电车了，因为有一些制程里面还是有，如果纯电动的可能有制程安全的考量，这部分我们也有在积极评估，尽量都是改换油电车或者是电动车。那另外那个长程那个大型的话，我们现在目前台收运这部分是有开发那个储能柜啦，就是你如果看到车上有看到我们台收运已经看起来也蛮多已经有储能柜，看能不能那个尽量那个降低柴油这部分的使用了，这部分是台收这部分的努力的方向，大概是这几个方向。
好，谢谢那个吴处长跟黄副总。那刚提到这个整个的运输的车辆，就除了燃油车或是改氢 能源车或是油电车哈。这方面除了能源的改变以外，还有国外还有人应用人工智慧的技术，去做运输路径的规划，最佳运输路径的规划哈。那最佳运输路径的规划去优化哈，去最佳化。那这样子，不管你是用燃油的或是电的，都会节省这个排放或是节省能耗。好，那这个运输的规划再加上所谓的 AIoT 物联网，因为将来整个的碳盘查会牵涉到产品的碳足迹，整个要可视化哈。那这方面也有国外相关在做研究，国内好像也有相关的一些计划也在做研究。OK， 不晓得各位还有没有其他要进一步交流的？好，是。
好，局长好，各位大家好，各位先进好。那么非常赞叹高雄市的卫生环保局能举办这样的活动。那今天听到的4大转型里面呢，不管中钢、台塑都是比较产业的。那基于城市的治理呢，是居民的幸福、健康、减碳，最后还是考虑到居民呢最适合能居住。所以在生活的转型方面呢，如果将来呢，环保局在考虑自治条例，应该对于广宣导然后对于认知、对于行为的改变，从食衣住行娱乐这里面都谈到旅行、旅游，涉及到的很多。但是这方面呢都没有办法像产业都有数据KPI 都没有。但是呢，对居民呢是城市治理是很重要的，居民的这些健康的问题。所以在自治条例呢，是不是在这一方面呢，更应该有多考量？尤其在像有机啦、农业啦，我们从这个农产品到餐桌这些呢，应该也算是我们在这个生活转型里面很重要的另外，像这个社会转型里面提到是有关教育的普及。因为这个是全面性的，所以我们特别从另外一个生活的转型、社会转型提到当然我们感佩了，高雄是一个过去是工业的城市，所以像中钢、台塑是重要的这个产能方面的这个转型。那同时也要考量到我们居民的这个将来的行为这个的改变。好，以上谢谢。
我们请局长。
好，谢谢谢谢你的回应那我想对于行为的改变刚刚我有讲到，不管是采购、旅游，或者是居住，或者是全民共识、公民对谈这一部分，我们都会一直在做这方面的努力的那当然就是说，像我们在每周一不管是我们公司场所，现在应该是各企业应该也有鼓励去做这一部分了。每周一会吃蔬食这个一餐的蔬食，我记得是可以减碳0.23公吨的样子，好像是这样子那我想这个我们在每一个，在我曾经在我们脸书里面就有呈现不管你做什么减碳的作为，你减一样是多少，减了多少公吨，这个我们都在脸书都会慢慢去呈现出来，让大家去了解今天我减碳了多少那对于有机农业的部分，我们在自治条例里面也有规范就是希望能够使用所谓的在地食材减少远距离的运输，这些部分我们都有在自治条例去规范。所以很感谢你给我们的建议那非常感谢。那我们希望就是说，大家共同让我们的行为去改变，能够做到确实的减碳一个作为。谢谢。
谢谢局长那个我曾经看过一个报道就是以产业来分 排碳量、温室气体排放第一名的，大概就是食品产业，因为它从原物料到运输，甚至到我们食物的浪费等等。第二名大概就是营建建筑产业，它用了很多水泥、钢铁相关的。第三名跟我们的穿着有关的，就叫时尚产业，就是衣服的染色制造等等。OK， 所以刚刚局长有跟我们说，在推的时候会从在地采购，包括食材的应用哈。那因为时间的关系，我们最后再开放一个问题，不晓得在座各位有没有？那如果没有进一步问题，我们结束前，我们是不是请一个人大概1分钟的时间帮我们做个 ending 哈？我们是不是从最远的吴处长那里开始 ？OK， 吴处长就是1分钟。
是好，谢谢哈。那这个做这个2050的这个净零排碳在产业来讲其实就是我们必须考虑到这是一个全民全球一个共同的一个目标那非得要去做的一个目标了所以其实就是大家其实就是简单讲的聊了可以做下去就对了就是以这个方向来推动那中间一定会遇到很多困难我想这个部分在相关的困难的解决的过程中其实这个我们都可以，不管是透过这个整个怎么讲产业里面大家一个互相的交流的一个突破，或是说，其实在政府部门也都会给我们一些，不管是在研发或是在策略上的一些支持我想这个是给大家一个互相一个勉励啦，就是说其实我们就是努力来推动那当然在这个里面我们几个这个大的企业大概就必须要去带头来推动我想这是我们的一个不可避免的一个天职那我想我们一定也会以这个为目标了那像其他相关有报告过，我就不再赘述了谢谢。
好，那是接下来是黄副总 ，OK。
现在面对气候变迁这个议题，其实是一个危机了，但是也是一个很大的转机了。这个以后也有可能是一个很大的商机了，所以。借由这次的大家在思考这个议题的话，应该是可以更广泛的去做思考。那我们企业一直很早期就一直在开始推动，从里面的话，其实了解这部分是非常重要的。那我们承方的意思是，很多东西还是要靠自己去做，有些是要买碳权还是什么，所以我们从开始就是一些太阳能一些绿能这部分，我们是尽量都是自己先做如果是真的没办法的话，才去考虑别的方式。那以发电这部分，其实目前是燃油燃气，但是我们承方的想法是，燃气之后它还是有它的系数在的，也没办法去，所以也有在研发木质颗粒这部分的，看能不能一次把整个改掉。那看起来这部分还是有待改善的地方，还是很多，这部分还是我们企业还是要去做努力的。
谢谢。我想2050净零会引导企业在做新一波的经济模式、行为模式我想这个刚刚副总有讲到，就是说我们怎么去改变我们的行为，怎么去改变大家的思维，大家定调要怎么去提升我们对于净零的一个共识那当然在 COP26 部分的话，我们会有提到我们要国际上就希望能够提供1000亿美金的一个行动方案，对于气候变迁的承诺要下定决心去执行。未来我们必须就我们自己的环境，只有靠我们自己努力，我们才能够达成我们所谓净零的一个目标。谢谢。
好，那今天这个下午，谢谢各位的参加。那我们再一次掌声谢谢3位今天下午的演讲者好，谢谢大家谢谢。
们提醒现场的来宾，如果有需要停车证的话，可以到报到处做领取。那有需要搭乘高铁接驳车的贵宾，麻烦请到万豪酒店的1楼集合。那我们会统一进行接驳哦，谢谢大家。